Hey y'all, I'm Ada K. And I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Get up, stretch, time to get ready for the afternoon session. Oh, I got an echo in my ears. Okay, that better. All right, y'all. Got the earrings on. All right, there's another famous person who has what I have on. But guess what? It was on the Oprah list, and I didn't know she had it. Of course, y'all can probably guess who it is. You can probably guess who it is. She's, but hers is gray. Mine's black. Oh, I love it. I'm just like, this thing is just awesome. What I love is it's a short sleeve. So, but I have to get it to set right on me today. It's not wanting to set right. Oh, that's good enough. Oh, y'all, how are you doing? We are back. Court is kind of moving around a little bit. So we'll see what happens. We've had 2 witnesses. One's a cousin. Yeah, didn't give me much information, honestly. The only thing that I got out of it was that the family felt it was a fast wedding, which, duh, 13 days after meeting, that's pretty damn fast. And then the other thing is that supposedly at some point he either said or joked about, hey, you know what?
Does she have a sister? The comment was, you picked the wrong Benefield.
So they're coming back into court. Oh, it is going to be either a very quiet or a very sassy afternoon. I got the screaming goat. We'll see what happens. I got my water and I got my tea and I got my coffee. I'm good to go. And these are some of the best cherries I've had in a long time. That's where I'm at. I hope all of y'all had a good lunch. Thank you for joining. I'm going to play this real quick. July has been an amazing month. And to end the month, we're doing a subscription campaign. And if you want to win a free Starbucks tumbler, just click the subscribe button. That's it. It's easy. Then leave in the comments, I sub, so we can get you in the drawing. The winner will be announced July 31st. Good luck, everyone, and thank you for subscribing. Yes, thank you to all my subscribers. I appreciate you. Let me, so apparently the sound is off. That is the cousin right there. And we're back.
Noon, we are on record in State versus Ashley Benefield. After our lunch break, Mr. Taylor, if you would do me a favor, that witness list that I used to read to the jury at the beginning.
This is not me, y'all.
If you could burn, not right now, but Wednesday or Thursday,
Of course.
when we're getting close for you to take over.
Your Honor.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
A lot of feeds on their end is buffering because my end looks good. Oops. No.
Is it going to be audio and video? The 911 call.
Oh, we're going to hear 911.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are for the jury. If you'll double check that there's 9 there, sir.
Okay,
And then this is one for you.
thank you.
And we gave one to the court reporter.
Yeah, this cutting in and out is on everybody's feed. Unless you're
For me.
someone special. Unless you're special. Why is his feed so smooth?
Judge, I just want to test this to make sure that it works.
Thank you.
What is the address of your emergency? Well, that did not work. Let's see.
He's got special equipment, that's why.
2.2 and
2.6.
Yes, sir.
I have both.
Okay.
Yes.
I am informed, doing my best to try to keep up with everything. I've kind of misled the court, I'm afraid, to some extent. We actually filed an amended defense witness. Copy of the petition.
All right.
And I don't think there was anything significant that was either on there or removed that would change.
All right. Hope not.
He was connected earlier, did you switch your part?
Oh, we need to switch. You were connected earlier. Is there a thing to switch it to this port?
Y'all, I'm looking at my CPU
Thank you.
performance, Wi-Fi, all of that. It's good. So that's on them. It's coming from their feed.
Okay.
So we don't need to lower the line. No, it's just audio. Oh, all right. Mark it down. All right, Stady, ready to call them in?
Well, good morning. Good afternoon, Sneaky Side Miss
No,
Kevin,
no, the jury.
Oh, the jury.
and the
I
others who were
apologize. That wasn't my
watching.
question.
Yes.
Comment,
Mr. Taylor, you
like,
ready to-
most
ready to
importantly,
call the jury in?
subscribe.
Ready.
You want to
Also,
win one of these?
it looks like the redactions have been done mechanically with black boxes and black lines. Have you had a chance to review the redacted transcripts?
We have, Judge, we're in agreement.
All right, so everybody's okay with it?
Yes, sir. What do you mean?
All right, you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. You know the questions I'm going to ask. Did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves or begin deliberations? Talk about the case with anybody outside the jury, or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about? Everybody says no. Where we left off, the state was still in presenting its case. So next with
It calls John Sant.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Love the ponytail.
hello, sir. Need some assisting devices.
It might help.
All right.
All right.
Certainly, here's a pair that you can use. Turn it around the other way. Yes, sir. I think that'll work better.
I need your volume, Miss K.
All right.
Miss K, do you? There it is. Perfect.
Okay. Please state your name.
John Williams Jr.,
How do you spell Sant?
S-A-N-T,
Where do you live?
in 11327 White Rock Terrace in Bradenton.
And did you live next door to Ashley Benefield and her mother, Alicia Bond? Do you still live at that same address?
I do.
Do they still live at the same address?
No,
Okay. Did Ashley have a child when you lived next to each other?
she did.
About how old was the child last time you were together?
At the house, in the neighborhood,
When they were living in the neighborhood?
I'd say 18 months to 2 years.
Okay. And do you remember a day when Ashley came to your house?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember what day of the week that was?
it was on a Sunday.
And what time of day was it? Light out, dark out?
It was still light, but it was probably early evening. It was between football games.
Okay, so it was between the football games on a Sunday?
Right.
All right. Still light out? What do you remember about Ashley coming over?
From the very beginning.
Right.
Well, I heard a very loud pounding on my door. And it was loud. And I went and I looked out through the little window, and there wasn't anyone there. So I thought, well, went to the back and looked out the back. I even looked out the side and didn't see anybody. And I was thinking, well, one of my grandkids has a friend in that area there. And I thought they might be messing around, but I didn't see anything. So I guess it was a few minutes. I just, nobody, must be just someone screwing around. And it happened again.
The pounding.
The pounding happened again, yeah.
I'm having a little trouble here.
All right. Yeah, if we can get you scoot up a little bit. There you go.
Sorry. What part do you want me to start at again?
Okay, so you can start it again.
The pounding,
Okay, and what did you do then?
at that point, now I'm starting to get a little concerned. Someone's trying to either break in or a home invasion. And I went back into my room, went into my closet, and a weapon out.
And you say weapon, what kind of weapon was that?
It was a Glock 23 40 cal.
Okay. So you had your own firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
You pulled that out, and what did you do?
I then came from the closet back towards the door and decided at that point, let's look out the door one more time before I load one in and take it to the door. So I just set it down on the little table beside my chair.
So you set the gun down.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I left, and then I went back to the door.
What did you?
And I looked out again, and then that's when I saw I saw a leg sticking out. Someone was sitting on the stoop.
Okay. So you saw a leg. You think someone was sitting.
Well, they were sitting.
So what'd you do?
Well, then I kind of noticed who the leg belonged to, or I thought I did. And I went and I opened the door.
And did you know who it was when you saw the person?
I assumed who it was when I looked out the window.
When you opened the door, could you see who it was?
Well, by the time I got the door open, she was standing up.
So you saw who it was.
Yes,
And who was it?
it was Ashley.
Okay. And you kind of pointed over that direction. You see her in the room today?
She's over next to Mr. Taylor now.
Oh.
Stipulate that it's Miss Benefield.
Stipulation to ID.
Yes.
And what did Ashley say when you opened the door?
As soon as I opened the door, before I could say anything, she said, he attacked me.
And is that all she said?
At that point, I said, who? He said, Doug. He attacked me and I shot him.
Is that all she said to you?
That's all she said.
Did she have a weapon with her?
I didn't see it at that point.
Did you see a weapon eventually?
Eventually,
Where was that weapon?
it was laying down just to the right of my door where I couldn't see it, where I was standing at that point.
And when did you see that weapon?
Well, after she said, and I shot him, I said, well, then you better come in. So
What was it?
it was a handgun.
What did you do with that handgun?
Once I got her in the house, I told her, I said, I can't leave that out there. No, I don't know whether she responded or not, but then I went out, reached down, picked it up by the trigger guard, brought it back in the house and set it down inside the door.
Okay. And when you say inside the door, was that on the floor or was there a table?
It was on the floor.
On the floor. So once you brought her into the house, where did you go?
Once I brought the weapon in, I shut the door and locked it. And I looked at her and I said, what condition is Doug in? And she said, I don't know. Or she said, don't know. She just don't know. I said, where's your mother and Emerson? And she said, at the park.
So you knew her mother and you knew Emerson, her daughter.
Yes,
Okay. And she said at the park.
at the park.
And at some point during this conversation, when she was at your house, did she tell you that that gun was hers?
After listening to the tapes, I was able to hear her say it, but it was really faint. Yeah.
Did you call 911?
I did
Have you listened to the 911 call?
many times.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 1.
Wow.
What is this?
Yes, it is.
It's a
Oh,
disc.
okay, good. Yeah.
The 911 call.
Oh, okay.
And when you listened to this 911 call, was it an accurate representation of your conversation with the person on the other line? To your
Yeah.
memory?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Miss
It
Swan.
wasn't me.
Pardon?
Yes, I recognize my own
Okay.
voice.
The state would enter into evidence State's Exhibit 1.
No objection.
It'll be received.
What was Ashley's mood when she was there?
I'm sorry. Ashley's what?
Ashley's mood?
Terrified.
Okay. Was she, do you remember her crying?
I didn't remember her crying until I was listening to those tapes, and then it sounded like she was crying, but she just couldn't get any words out after that last statement about where her mother and daughter were. That was really the last coherent amount of any words that ever came out of her mouth that I could understand. At that point, it was just stuttering and shaking and sobbing.
Okay. So you did not have any other conversations with her, meaningful conversations with her after that?
No, that's the conversation with the 911.
I don't know how long it's supposed to be.
At this point, I'm going to publish Stacy.
Week,
number 1.
if that.
Members of the jury, when physical evidence, documents, photographs, video or audio recordings, and so forth are admitted or received by the court, they may be published to the jury. This means shown to the jury. Depending on the type of evidence, it might be shown to you on the overhead screen, through the sound system, handed out for you to look at, or shown to you. Evidence that is admitted or received by the court will be available to you during your deliberations, and you will have as much time as you need to review and consider the evidence. Members of the jury, you are about to listen to an audio recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to, view, and consider the evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
Finally, you are about to hear a recorded conversation. This recorded conversation is proper evidence, and you may consider it just as any other evidence. You are also going to be furnished a transcript of the recorded conversation. The recording is the evidence, and the transcript is being provided to you only as a guide to help you follow along as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recording and what you read in the transcript, you must rely on what you hear and not what you have read. Also, Deputy, any notes that you want to make during the playing of the audio should be on your notepads. Once we have played this audio for you, the transcript, as I said, is not evidence. You will not be allowed to keep the transcript, and the transcript will not go back with you during your deliberations. But the audio recording will be available. So you just take one and pass it down.
Yep, sneaky side. I agree.
Help yourself, sir. Yeah, you want some water? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Manatee County 911, what is the address of your emergency?
Hi, my address is 11327 White Rock Terrace.
Okay, can you repeat that for me to make sure I have it correctly?
The house next door, honey, what's your address? Okay, it's right next door to me. She just came over. Her strange husband attacked her, and she says she shot him. Now, we've not gone over there yet.
Okay, what's his name?
Who?
What is his name?
His name is Doug Benefield.
Okay.
I have not gone over there. I'm not
Okay,
go back.
I don't want you to go over there. Stay on the line just one moment. I'm going to connect you over to Sheriff's Dispatch, okay?
Okay.
One moment.
Calm down, honey. Calm down.
What is your name, sir?
My name's John Sands. KMT. I live next to
Office dispatch on a recorded line. This is Gabby. How can I help you? Hey, Gabby, it's Karen. On the 11327, I have John Singer on the phone. He's saying the neighbor came over, female neighbor. It was a domestic. She shot her husband. Okay. All right, I'm going to get that on the screen, okay? Okay. Which screen is this for? The 11327 White Rock Terrace. Okay.
That's my address.
That's your address? What's her address? Where does it go to?
Her address is right next to, I believe it's 11331.
She's on the corner? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, on the corner. She's with me now, quite upset. The weapon is here.
Yeah.
You want me to go over and look at anything, or just wait for the...
No, I want you to just wait for the police, okay?
All right, if you could just get them here quick. She came in, she was quite hysterical. I didn't know who was banging on my door. Said that he attacked her, and she shot him.
Okay. I'm just getting that all on the screen, okay?
Okay. I know, honey. Come on. I know. Go ahead, ma'am.
Where is the gun? Is it with her, or is it just...
I have it right here, ma'am. It's sitting on the floor inside the door. My door's locked, so in case he isn't, he can't get up. I'm also armed if he does come over and try to harm her, just so everybody knows.
Okay.
I'm kind of concerned with her mother and the little girl might get back there and find this whatever happened. Don't go out there, honey. Come on. I know. Come on, honey. Sit down. Sit down. I know.
Yeah. All right, I just want you guys to stay on the phone with me, okay?
No, I'm right here with you. I'm just with her. I'm trying to comfort her. We're in the house. Or the police are going to want no problem. I know, baby. You got to sit down. Come on. There's no... Well, honey, they want you to stay here. If he isn't, we can't take a chance. That's why I want them before they get back to the park.
Deputies are moving as fast as their hand. They're coming priority. They're coming lights and sirens. They just want to get and make sure that everything's okay. So where in the house is he?
Where in the house is he? Her bedroom. No, I don't know where that is. So it's one of the bedrooms. It's a lot like mine, so I'm going to assume when you go into is the garage door open? When you go into the garage, it's going to be on the left? Yeah. On the left.
Okay. All right, I'm just getting that typed up, okay?
What, ma'am?
I'm just getting everything on the screen, okay?
Okay.
I should have Deputy pulling up here soon. Do you see him?
I know. I'm in the back now looking out. I know which way the park is in Central Park here.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, the sheriff's here. Thank heavens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The sheriff's car just pulled.
Yeah,
what do you want us to
the other address. I'm going to stay on the line with you until a deputy gets with you, okay?
Okay. Okay, the sheriff is here. I'm not too sure where they're going.
Whew, I'm hot now.
I'm just staying on the line with you. The deputies.
I'm right here. I haven't left yet.
Yeah.
I just see it's a SUV sitting out there in front of my neighbor's house, right in front of my house. Just be calm. You know they're going to take you into custody. You know that, right? Okay, just you know. You just calm down and just calm. Okay. I know.
Okay. You just let me know when they come knock on your door, okay?
Are they coming now, the police?
They will. They're waiting for a little bit of additional units. They want to have everything.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm glad that, geez, we got to get a hold of, don't go out. Until this police officer comes and look.
They're gonna let me know what they want me to tell you, okay? They're just waiting to make sure that they have other people with them. They don't want anything to get out of hand without having proper backup, you know?
Yeah. Well, like I said, the weapon's here. I just want them to know that exactly where it's just sitting right inside the door. It's on the floor. And I did reach out when she ran in and picked it up off my front patio and brought it in. I wasn't going to leave it outside. Here's another police officer.
Is it just inside the front door or the back door?
Say that again?
Is it just inside the front door or like the back door patio area?
I'm by the front door. Okay. She came in the front. I'm sitting here staring at. Now, looks like he's talking to one of the other cars. You didn't want him to move in.
Yeah. When it's time, when, okay.
Okay. Honey, is that your weapon or his? Okay. Okay. That's why. Let me get my. Okay, just calm down, man.
Okay. Now the deputies want her to go outside with her hands up, nothing in them. Okay.
You want her to go out?
Yes, they want her to come out with not
out of my house.
Yes.
Does he know she's in my house?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So we're gonna have to go out. Okay.
And they want you to stay inside.
Now,
Okay.
put your hands where you can see them. Okay. All right. Where's she at?
Just start walking out front. They're outside.
I don't see him anywhere. She's sure this is her.
Just start walking out. They're not going to do anything. They just want to make sure that everything's safe and that they're safe, okay?
Can I take her out? She's really upset.
No, they want you to stay inside. It says female only.
Stay inside on your hands? I don't see it. Now, are they at the right house?
We've told them multiple times which house to be at.
Yeah, 11327. I'm right in front of that SUV that does not have its light. Hold up right there, honey. Where are they at? There's a police officer over on the with the officer now.
Yeah, just keep her walking out. Okay.
Honey, do they see you?
They're probably giving her instructions, okay?
Okay. Now I need a police officer to come and get this weapon.
Yeah, they're gonna come and get the weapon. They just wanted to make
sure. Okay, here they come now.
Oh my gosh.
Hand those transcripts back down to the deputy.
I saw a tear come down the right side right there.
You may resume your question.
At any time during this interaction with Ashley, did she appear to have any injuries?
No.
Did you see any blood on her?
No.
Did she complain of any injuries?
No.
How about her clothing? Did you notice, was her clothing ripped or anything wrong with her clothing?
Not that I know, no.
And eventually, did the police come to your house?
And talk to me?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
And did they recover that firearm that she had brought over that you left?
They did it while I was outside, because when I went back in, it was gone.
Okay.
I assumed they took it.
Okay. So maybe you didn't see them take it, but
No.
it was gone.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. The defense may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Cross.
Afternoon, Mr. Sant.
Afternoon.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Thank you for coming this afternoon. With court's permission, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Sant, I've passed you a photograph. I'm going to mark it for identification as fence exhibit number 1, if I can.
And Mr. Sant,
Yes,
I don't mean to keep startling you. I apologize.
that's okay.
Can I please have that transcript? No, the transcript. Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
Mr. Sant, can you identify that?
Well, it looks like my house and Alicia's house at the time.
Yes, sir. And they lived in the house right next door to you, I believe you said.
The one with the red dot on it.
Yes. It was the corner house,
Yes,
correct?
right,
And it's got a red dot on it?
right.
All right. Is it an accurate representation of your house in comparison and in position to where Miss Benefield lived?
Yeah.
Would you do me the favor, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Would you put a check mark on the roof of your house?
My house.
Yes,
All right.
your house that's depicted in that picture. Okay, we're gonna help the jury see how this took place. We'll put it on the overhead. Can we put it on the overhead?
Absolutely. Madam Clerk, can you dim some lights for us? Just the jury and the presentation about it. Is this just a demonstrative aid?
Yes, sir. Okay, so, Mr. Sam, just if I may turn your attention, if you could.
This one or this?
Actually, I think maybe you'll be able to see it better on this one. Your chair should swing around.
Oh, yeah.
You see the one with the red dot on it? That's Ashley's house,
Yes,
and your house is immediately to the left, correct?
yes.
All right. Thank you.
Don't move that mouse.
Like to move that into evidence, Your Honor, as defense exhibit number 1 at this point.
Okay. I just asked a minute ago if it was a demonstrative aid or if you were admitting it.
Well, was it until Mr.
So
Sand?
okay, admit things first if you want. Any objection?
And Judge, I recognize it's the state's case, but I have no objection to this.
All right, received.
Mr. Sant, you've told us that on this terrible occasion, Ashley was terrified.
Yes,
I think you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think you said she was stuttering and shaking.
yes,
Pretty hysterical.
yeah, yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Sant, you're pretty familiar with firearms, are you?
Somewhat. I use them. I go to firing ranges now. I'm no expert, but
Was there anything about that firearm on that day that you noticed that was unusual?
first thing I noticed is when I saw it, there was a spent cartridge stuck between the slide and the entrance to the chamber.
A spent cartridge, meaning a fired cartridge?
I'm sorry. Yes, it was empty.
Okay, and it was stuck where?
It was stuck with the front end of the slide and the back end of the chamber entrance.
The slide on the gun that
Right.
cocks it and loads another bullet into the chamber?
Correct.
So could we agree that the weapon was jammed?
The weapon had been misfired or mishandled. Or
Okay.
It wasn't held far and it didn't eject it
Yeah.
far enough.
Now, what is that indicative of, that a cartridge would be stuck like that?
Objection foundation.
I'm going to sustain.
Mr. Sant, do you have experience to the extent of being familiar with weapons and what would cause a cartridge to get stuck in the manner that it was on this gun on that day?
Yes,
May I, Your Honor?
You want to be heard?
No.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What is that indicative of, Mr. Sant?
In my experience, was the weapon wasn't held properly when that particular cartridge was fired.
And when you say by held properly, meaning held too loosely,
Yes.
no further questions.
Redirect.
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Sand,
Yes.
you are released from your subpoena. You are free to go. No, you can't take those. They wouldn't work outside anyway. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay, can you flip on the lights? Do you need the presentation?
Not with this next one. And the state would call it Deputy Pearl.
All right.
I don't know. I think once. How many times did she shoot him? Does anybody know? Just to let you know, the river that runs through town is flooded at its banks by almost 2 football fields. So we haven't had it that high in a long time.
My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right if needed. If you're talking a loud, clear voice right into that microphone, we'll be able to hear you.
Sir. May I inquire?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Deputy Thomas Burley, Baurle.
Burley, I said it wrong. I apologize.
That's okay.
And how are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been so employed?
Going on 23 years.
And what are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
Patrol.
And what are your duties as a patrol deputy?
Patrolling my zone, which is Lakewood Ranch currently, and taking calls for service.
And back in September of 2020, were you in the same position?
Yes, ma'am.
And would your duties have been the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And to become a law enforcement officer many moon ago, what kind of training or education did you obtain?
The Law Enforcement Academy here in Manatee County.
And then since then, do you continue to have courses that are offered to the sheriff's office that you can take if you'd like?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Do you recall if you were working days or nights then?
I was working second shift, which would be 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And you said your zone now is in Lakewood Ranch.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Our county's, the sheriff divides the whole county up into zones.
Correct.
Okay. And what zone is that you're in now?
My zone is North 80, which is Lakewood Ranch, which covers from State Road 70 to University Parkway, from I-75 to Lorraine Road.
And so on September 27th of 2020, what zone were you in if it was something
North
other?
80.
North 80.
Yes, ma'am.
And during your shift that day, did you respond to 11327 White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of the call?
It came out originally as a 911 call that a female had come to the neighbor's house and she had a gun with her.
And when you hear a call such as that, does it affect how you respond to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And how does it do that?
It's dependent on the situation.
Hey, Haley
sometimes it's
Mouse.
Priority lights and sirens. Sometimes it's a normal response.
And how about once you arrive at the scene, does it affect how you would react when you got to the scene?
Yes, ma'am. Per protocol, we park a minimum few houses away from the actual caller's address.
And is that based on the fact that there was a firearm?
Correct.
Thank you. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know how long it took you to arrive since you were in your same zone? If you had to guess.
That's an adjacent. That's North 70. It's
Oh,
an
I'm
adjacent
sorry.
zone. I would guess probably 15 minutes.
And I think I didn't ask the right questions earlier. You were in zone North 80 then?
Correct.
Where was this call?
North 70.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I messed that up. And when you arrived, what did you do?
Again, per protocol, I parked a few houses away. I observed a vehicle parked on the opposite side of the street directly across from the 911 caller's residence. So I took up a position behind that vehicle because I was the only deputy on scene at the time. I was waiting there behind the vehicle for additional deputies to arrive on scene.
And did they arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long were you there, you think, by yourself?
With a minute, maybe.
And once the
Dispatch still had the 911 caller on the phone. So we had the Deputy Villain told dispatch to have the 911 caller tell the female to come out with her hands up.
And did she do that?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
And were you able to observe her at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make any observations about her person?
Just she was visibly upset.
And did you see any injuries?
Not that I observed, no.
And did you notice anything about her clothes? Was it ripped or have
No,
any?
ma'am. She was wearing a sports bra, shorts, and sneakers.
And they seem to be intact.
Seemed to be intact, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. When she exited the home?
No, ma'am.
What happened to her once she exited?
Deputy Vreeland proceeded forward to the middle of the road and placed her into handcuffs. And being as my car was the closest, we brought her to my car, placed her in the back seat of my car.
And why would
Judge, can we approach for a moment?
Yes.
Okay. Here we go again. They have more objections. Oh my gosh. What are you laughing at, Miss Kevin? What are you laughing at? What did I do?
What you talking about, Willis?
Miss Diane knows that one. Was there an objection? I guess so. Oh. Say hello, Miss Diane. Sorry, I was not here this morning. I had to work. I had a full schedule this morning. And then you had rain, power outage. Her dogs were scared. Yeah. My rain was the worst we've had in a long time, and I loved it. We needed it. But everything's
I think
flooded.
I was asking you why she was placed in cuffs and put in the police car.
Due to the circumstances and officer safety.
Thank you, sir. And at that time, actually, strike that. What was the next thing you did?
Other deputies were arriving on scene. So I yelled to any deputies that were there were multiple, to watch Miss Benefield in the back of my car, while myself, Deputy Vreeland, and I believe it was Detective Jones, proceeded to the house to clear the residence.
And would that have been that house next door to the 911 callers?
Correct. Directly next
And-
door.
Thank you. And did you enter that home?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you enter the home?
Through the front door.
Did you notice anything outside the house?
Yes, ma'am. There was a large moving van, I believe it was a U-Haul in the driveway, and the garage door was open. Looked like they were moving stuff.
The big door
Yes,
was
ma'am.
up. And when you went in through the front door, were you the first person or was Deputy Vreeland in front of you?
Deputy Vreeland was first, I was second, and Detective Jones was third.
And was the door locked, if you know?
No.
And what happened once you got inside?
As we entered the house, I observed the first bedroom to the left. I observed just a pair of legs, basically just above the knee down. Deputy Vreeland immediately took that room to check it. Myself and Detective Jones proceeded through the rest of the house to clear the rest of the house.
And what are you doing when you clear a house?
Making sure there's nobody else in there that could be hurt or injured or any threats.
And did you find anyone else in the home other than the set of legs you left with Deputy Breland?
No, ma'am.
And did you ever go back into that bedroom?
No, ma'am.
And did you remain in the residence?
No, ma'am.
Where did you go?
Myself and Detective Jones immediately left the residence, and I went straight to my patrol car and proceeded to get inside my patrol car to sit with Miss Benefield.
Your Honor, can I have just a second?
Yes.
At some point, did you ask, well, was EMS on scene when you were on scene?
There was so much going on. I don't know if they had arrived while we were in clearing the house or they arrived right after. I'm not sure exactly when they arrived.
Okay, but at some point they were there.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask them to check Miss Benefield to make sure
Yes,
she
ma'am.
was okay? And did she require any medical treatment?
No.
What was the next thing that you did?
Sat in my car with Miss Benefield and waited till I was directed what to do.
And were you eventually given some directions?
Yes, I was advised to transport her down to the main sheriff's office in Bradenton for interviews with
And that's the
detectives.
one by the mall?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you got there, how long is that ride?
20 to 30 minutes.
Once you got there, what'd you do?
Once upon my arrival, escorted Miss Benefield up to the entrance where I believe it was Detective Justin Warren was there. And I believe one of Miss Benefield's attorneys was there as well.
And did you conduct any further investigation in this
No,
case?
ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions for the defense. Any more questions?
Cross? Yes, sir.
Afternoon, Deputy.
Good afternoon, sir.
A few questions. If you don't understand any of my questions, please just ask me to repeat them.
Yes, sir.
I think you told us Miss Benefield's condition emotionally on that day when you saw her was she was hysterical.
Visibly upset.
In distinguishing between visibly upset and hysterical, can we agree that you felt she may have been in shock?
I honestly wouldn't know. I just observed her to be visibly upset and crying. I didn't see any hysteria or anything like that involved.
Okay, you're basically like any deputy trained in basic first aid, no?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so you would recognize shock if you saw it.
Possibly.
All right. Do you recall giving a deposition in this case, Deputy Brawl, on August 20th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Two hands to you and see
Sure. I have a copy as well.
if that refreshes your recollection at all.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even recall everything I said in the deposition due to the time frame.
And in seeing it now, does it help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
So once again, on that particular day, did you think she may have been in shock?
According to my deposition, yes.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Thank you. You told us that when she was initially placed in your squad car, she had on a sports bra.
That's what I would say it was, yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. My question runs to whether or not at some point following that, a request was made and a deputy brought a cover shirt for Miss Benefield to wear?
I don't recall a request being made. I just recall Deputy Reeling bringing out a shirt and pair of shoes. I don't know who made that request.
She put the shirt on.
I believe so, yes.
I want to ask you for a minute about report writing. Did you write a report that reflects your participation in this particular case?
I did a supplemental report, yes, sir.
Okay, that's pretty routine for deputies, is it not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, Deputy Burrell, would it be a fair statement to say that in Police Academy, they actually train you in report writing and how important it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be because, can you even give us an estimation of how many calls you might respond to in a month?
It'd be very hard.
Okay. And by documenting significant things in your report, you don't have to rely on your memory 8 months, 2 years, 3 years down the road.
Most of the time, yeah. As with any call, sometimes you remember things after the fact.
Of course. So I want to ask you if you independently recall on May 7th, 2018, responding to a call involving a suspicious person in the driveway of Miss Benefield's home. That would have been right next door to the home that she came walking out of.
I have no recollection of that, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Let me pass you your deputy.
Yeah, I can't believe he'd remember that one.
Sir.
Name? Okay,
But I don't recall.
you don't doubt that it's
I don't doubt it's
a
mine.
report that was authored by
You
you?
know, sometimes the system gets mixed up, our electronic report writing system.
Yeah.
Still happens today. Sometimes you go to write a report and somebody else's, another deputy's name inadvertently
Sure.
ends up as the primary on that. If you don't catch it, it stays that way.
Yeah. At least as we sit here now, you don't have any reason to suspect that's the case, as opposed to it being an
It's
earlier.
Possible.
Let me finish.
Okay.
As opposed to it being an earlier report that you compiled that you just don't have any memory of this far forward.
It's possible.
Okay. So with the court's permission, if that memorializes your perception of that call on that day, I want to ask you a couple of questions, if I may.
Again, I don't recall this, so I think I can answer questions related to.
I'm playing pity. This is saying sorry to my interpreter. She just said, That's no problem. Guys, we got to wake up. We keep getting these warnings. Okay, for those who are just joining, what's happening here is this woman, Ashley Benefield, 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 is charged with murder of her husband, who is older than her. They met at a political rally conference or just before it. Anyway, 13 days later, they were married. She had him undo his vasectomy and they got pregnant. Meanwhile, they were trying to set up a ballet company. Estimated value would have been about $3 million. They had 40 dancers. Shortly after they were doing that, she found out she was pregnant and apparently had morning sickness really, really bad. And she claims that he was trying to, what's the word I'm looking for? He was trying to poison her by putting hard metal or something in her tea. She went to go live with her mother. They started, I guess, divorce proceedings or separation. And she gave birth to the child 2 weeks early via C-section, I think. And he didn't know until she filed a complaint against him with the, I guess, police department. She was looking for basically what we would call a what's the word? I lost it. Restraining order. And that's when he found out that he had a child that was born for a couple weeks. And they were going through court proceedings and he got visitation, even though she didn't want him to have the visitation. And then for about a year or two, they were working on getting their relation back together. And well, she decided to move. I guess I don't know if they're going to move in together, but she was moving. He came over to the house to help get all the stuff and load it up in the U-Haul, and she shot him. And she says it was self-defense. Stand your ground. So that's where we are. We heard from the cousin. We heard from his daughter. His daughter said that she didn't see any major problems in the relationship, that they were close. While they were together, she never really saw them fight, never really saw any major disagreements. She had issues with Ashley because she was being motherling to her
or
and
investigation report. Among other
she didn't want that.
information that you enter routinely into those reports is the identity of the reporting officer, no?
No. Again, as I previously stated, if you're one of the responding deputies, sometimes that was an old system. We're on a new system, still does the same thing. Sometimes it can inadvertently put one of the other deputies on there as the primary. So if you don't catch it, the report goes through with that other deputy's name on it. So it's all electronic.
Now, that's 2 times you've explained that.
Mhm.
So are you telling us that that is the standard practice, that dispatch makes a mistake?
It's
and
not
the
dispatch,
deputies
sir.
Don't catch it?
It's not dispatch.
It
It's a
would be
mistake.
the exception. Could we agree?
It could possibly, it can happen. It does
Okay.
happen.
So
Yes.
now, let me ask my question to you again.
Okay.
Among
Snippy.
other information that goes into an incident report, does it identify the deputy who is making the report?
Usually, yes.
All right. Does this identify the deputy that was making the report?
It identifies me.
Now, what I would like to ask you, Deputy Burrow, is who the complainant was. That's another piece of information that's inserted in a report, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, and the nature of the complaint as well.
Correct.
Okay, so let me,
Sustain,
what was the objection, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
lack of foundation.
Does this report that you've seen include the information that we just discussed, the nature of the call and who the complainant was?
Yes.
Now, without leaving it to your memory,
Okay, if you could approach, please.
Oy vey. Did you hear that, Diane? Okay, I found a problem. Now I know what's wrong. Lord have mercy. Oh. Yeah, for some reason, all of my sound effects went to default
AK,
and not me. What?
when Miss Benefield puts the headphones on, when they're up there at the judges stand, can she hear what they're saying? Okay.
Yes, because some judges are okay with them coming up to the bench. Other judges don't like the defendant coming up to the bench. So what they'll do is they'll give them a headset so they can listen to the sidebar. And then only the attorneys are approaching the bench. To me, it's a safety issue. I would never want a defendant coming up to the bench, but some lawyers allow them. Like we saw in that one, oh God, I can't even remember his name. That one trial with the guy with all the tattoos. So all is well with that. Does that help answer the question?
in the usual
Any more
course of
questions?
events, Deputy Burrow, when you enter information into an incident report, is it fresh in your mind?
Say that again, sorry.
In the usual course of events,
Mhm.
when you fill out an incident report, is the information fresh?
Usually, yes.
And while it's fresh in your mind, you place it into the report as to such things as the date and the time and the complaint nature of the call.
Correct.
Told us that
Wade Wilson.
sometimes mistakes are made in these reports and they're attributed to different deputies.
Correct.
I think you also told us that that's the exception rather than the rule.
Correct.
Do you
I
have
know.
any reason to believe that this particular report is that exception or not? Do you have any information that leads
Again,
you?
I don't recall that particular call you're speaking of with that paper, but it's most likely was me.
Okay. Now, may I proceed, Your Honor?
Oh, at this point.
Thank you. Would you tell us, Deputy Burrell, who the complainant was for that call?
Ashley Benefield,
Would you tell us what the date of the complaint was?
May 7th, 2018.
And will you tell us what the nature of the call was?
According to the narrative here,
Don't read the narrative. Just
Um,
tell us the nature of the call.
I have to read through the narrative to be able to tell you because I don't recall this.
you got to take that up with Judge White.
Oh,
What's been allowed is not detailed, just a
Correct, yeah.
very general description.
Yes, sir. I understand. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait.
Call?
Person in their driveway suspected to be Douglas Benefield.
And that was at what address?
That would be 11/3/31.
And what was the time of the call?
21:54 hours. So that would be 9:54 p.m.
Nighttime.
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I have another report, but we have an objection.
we're up to 31 objections today alone. Did you hear that? I know. And Wade Wilson is wanting what? What does he want? Do we know what he wants?
Yeah, Wade Wilson. I need a new trial, dude. Y'all sucked. I didn't do it.
Oh, yeah, I know. So, tell me if you can hear this, Diane. I'm testing, making sure these work now. What? My favorite? So we're good. They're working. Yep, figured it out. Somehow it switched my output, so I had to reset everything.
I like
Er,
the TikTok. Reminds me of Peter Pan and the alligator or the crocodile.
that's right. What's try me? Oh, didn't mean to do that. That's working again. That's working again. What is coming? What is this? Oh, my favorite. Okay, that's favorite. Got it. Oh, I gotta put this one up there now. I feel like everybody's asleep. You need to unmute and let me mute you, Miss Diane.
Okay.
There we go.
Move to me.
So, what time did you get up this morning?
7.
Oh, I slept, but about every hour, 45 minutes, I woke up. I finally got up at 6:30 my time.
Oh no. Oh no. We had rain. We had rain yesterday. We've had rain every day. But today
I'm glad we're having this day. We desperately need it. I've got cracks this wide in my yard.
So
Oh,
Deputy
And about
Burrow, I
yay
have
deep.
one
I kid you not.
other question for you about one of your calls. Apparently you cover a lot of ground.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you if you recall, and now this is going back to the 19, specific December 8th, 2019, He obviously worked the night shift at 2055. Suspicious person call in progress at
Somebody asked what I was spitting into the little jar. This is my pit jar for my cherries.
11332 White Rock Terrace in Bradenton. Do you recall that?
No, sir.
Thanks very much, Deputy.
Redirect.
Oh, Sensei woke me up,
All right, can this witness be released?
Yes.
but
Defense?
I did go back to sleep
Yes.
eventually.
Keep him, sir, you're released from your subpoena.
Wait, sir, recall.
We need to still go. Got it.
Sir, you are not released from your subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so you're not to discuss your testimony, the questions asked, or the testimony given here in the courtroom with anyone, including the attorneys or any other witness or anyone else. And you're not to view or watch or talk with any witnesses about their testimony. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Next.
Okay, state.
Thank you. The state would call John Jones. I think the deputy already wants to get it.
Sure.
I didn't hear that full name. Did you?
Oh, and Judge, I will need the system for this one. Please.
Y'all, I've been eating so many cherries. I gave myself a bellyache yesterday. Love cherries. He's doing the look. He's doing the. That's okay. He'll spell it.
Hello, sir. How are you? Good. My name is Judge Ryder, presiding over the case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to
He doesn't
15
look
inches from the
comfortable.
microphone and adjust up, down, left, right, however you need it. If you just speak in a loud, clear voice, we'll be able to hear everything. If we hear you breathing, you know you're too close.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
John Jones, Jones.
And how are you employed?
I'm a detective with Manatee County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been so employed?
since September of 2014.
And what are your current duties at the sheriff's office?
I am currently.
And does that mean you investigate property crimes?
Yes,
Okay. And back in September of 2020, were you in that same unit or a different unit?
a different unit,
And what was that unit?
the Violent Crimes Task Force.
And what are your primary duties as a member of the Violent Crimes Task Force?
Investigate violent or aggravated circumstance, respond to same.
And when you, what kind of education did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
Went through the basic law enforcement academy in Valencia and Orlando.
And since then, have you continued to take classes through the sheriff's office?
Yes,
And do you take some on providing first responder aid as a first responder?
yes.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF at the time, did you work a specific shift?
I worked 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And was that the correct, or is that the shift you were working at that time?
Yes, it is.
Sorry, I got distracted. And did you work, does VCTF have a zone or are they in the whole county?
They're a countywide task force.
And during your shift on the 27th of September 2020, did you respond to a call on White Rock Terrace?
Yes, I did.
And is that here in Manatee County?
It is.
And how did you find out about this call?
It was dispatched over the radio.
And what was the nature of the call?
Shooting with injuries, I do believe.
And does the nature of the call affect how you respond?
It does.
And how did you respond to this call?
Lights and sirens activated.
And is that because of the fact that there was a shooting?
Yes.
Yes. Duh.
Do you remember how long it took you to get over to White Rock Terrace?
Not very long.
Where you were close in the area?
I was at State Road 64 in Lakewood Ranch Boulevard when I came in.
And what kind of area is this where this home is?
Residential
Like a subdivision?
subdivision, yes.
And when you arrived, were other law enforcement officers already on scene?
Yes,
Several or just a few?
a few.
And what did you do when you first arrived?
I was asked to ensure nobody come out of the back of the residence,
And
and nobody come out of the back of the residence.
okay. And after that, what did you do?
I went to the front of the residence to clear the house to ensure there was no person inside the house.
And was that the same house or was the back of the residence the neighboring house?
Back of the residence was the neighboring house.
So you started at the back of the house next door to the one where you eventually entered?
Yes.
And you said you went over to the neighboring house. Did you notice anything about the outside?
Can't recall.
That's fine. And do you recall how you entered that house?
Yes, through the front door. Of
Thank
the
you.
residence.
And what was the purpose for going in there?
To ensure that there was no person inside that was armed and to render aid to anybody inside.
And did you find anyone inside the home?
I did.
And who was it? Or was it a man or a woman?
It was a man.
And where was he?
He was in a bedroom.
And was he standing up?
In a bed?
No, he was lying down.
And can you kind of describe what you observed in that bedroom?
Yes, I observed the male laying down on the floor, sort of in the middle of the floor. He had a gunshot wound to his right about here, and then another one down by his leg. There was blood under his right leg.
And was this room set up with a bed and a dresser and all those things, or did it look different?
It looked like it was empty.
And based on that room and the other rooms, did it appear someone was either moving in or out of that home?
Yes, it did.
And you've told us you observed what you believe to be gunshot wounds. Did you make any other observations of him?
Yes, he was wearing gray shorts and a gray shirt or a dark colored shirt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Objection.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 2 and 3. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize those items?
Yes.
I'm just going to leave here for 1 second. Other than, how do you recognize them?
This is the shirt that the defendant or a victim was wearing.
And
And
that states 2, and as to states 3.
these are the shorts the victim was wearing.
And other than having been repackaged for trial, do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition when you saw them?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 2 and 3.
No objection.
Received.
And check it, I'm just gonna hold this up. This is states 2. This is the shirt, the victim you found.
Cool. It's on a shirt board. That's awesome.
It appears to have been cut. Do you know how that happened?
Yes, I cut it
And what was the purpose of cutting it?
to check for injuries.
And then this is states 3. These are the shorts that he was wearing?
Yes.
Okay. And they're also cut. Did you do that?
I did not.
Do you know how that would have occurred?
EMT.
By emergency medical services.
Is that normal for EMS to have to remove clothing like you did the shirt?
Yes.
As to these shorts in states 3, can you look at them and tell me what the size is?
Men's 30.
Thank you. And as to the shirt in states 2, can you look at that and tell me what the size is?
My glasses. Hold on a minute. Size small.
Thank you, sir.
He was a little dude. He was the size of my daughter's boyfriend.
Other than cutting his shirt, well, let me ask you this first. Did you touch him?
I did.
And how did he feel?
He was cool to the touch.
And did you attempt to provide medical aid?
I did.
And how so?
I began packing wounds to initiate CPR before EMS arrived on scene.
And what does that mean, packing wounds?
Putting gauze over wounds to keep whatever's inside when you're doing compressions.
And did you eventually start CPR?
No.
And why not?
EMS arrived on scene.
And were they very far behind you when you arrived?
Not very far, but I can't remember exactly how long.
And while you were attempting to provide medical aid, was somebody else taking some photos of the scene as you found it?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you states 18, 19, and 20. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize those photos?
18 is me checking for the pulse on the victim.
Just take a look at them real quick and tell me if you recognize them first.
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes.
and are those photos that we just discussed that were taken while you attempted to do aid?
Yes.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the scene as you recall it from September 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 18, 19, and 20 and publish the same.
May I just see them, Your Honor?
Of course.
No objection.
States 18, 19, and 20 will be received.
Detective,
So
I'm
when
going
you say publish, you mean up here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Get the long screen.
Detective, I'm going to show you right. Let me give you this in case you need it. It's a pointer. That's like a red button in case you need it. It's a dot. I'm going to show you states 18 and ask you to describe what is depicted in 18.
That is me checking the victim for a pulse after the AED pads have been placed.
And that's you on the right. That's your head.
Yes, sir.
And on the left, is that another deputy?
Yes, it is.
And you said after placing the AED, what is that?
It's a defibrillator.
And that is that the stickers we see on his body?
Yes, those pads.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you states 19.
States 19.
Yes. Is this the victim as you found him?
Yes, it is.
And those are the shorts we just saw.
Yes.
Thank you. And then states 20.
Yes.
Is this the position you found when you found him? Is this the same position he was in?
Yes.
Okay. And in the right top right of this picture, there appears to be something tan. Do you know what that is?
Here that it's a mattress stood up against.
Thank you. Thank you, Detective. Did you make any other observations of evidence in that bedroom? Okay. And what was that?
There were 4 spent shell casings and 1 projectile in the room.
And a projectile, is that what I might call a bullet?
Yes.
And did you see anything, I'm sorry, did you do anything else in the house after EMS took over aid?
No, we exited the residence and it was secured pending a search warrant.
And did you conduct any other investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
Judge, can I have just a moment?
Of course.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Cross?
Couple brief questions. Deputy Jones, afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
You were not, or you were the first deputy that made contact with Mr. Benefield.
I was one of the first. I couldn't tell you I was the first, but I was one of the first in the house, yes.
Were any other deputies in contact with Mr. Benefield prior to yourself?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right. Had Mr. Benefield been moved at any time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you ever witness anyone moving him?
Yes.
Other deputies
EMS.
and the EMS?
Just EMS.
Just EMS?
Yes, sir.
No other deputies?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And EMS, correct me if I'm wrong, did they drag him out of the room?
I believe so, yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect?
I don't have anything, Judge.
Can this witness be released? State?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes.
Sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. That going? All right, state?
I should have asked her. Can we publish those? We don't have to wait, just publish them for the jury while we're calling the next witness.
What, 18, 19, and 20?
Sure, 2 and 3.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have asked them.
As I said, members of the jury, just take each of these items, take a look at the first one, pass it on. These will go back with you in the jury room during your deliberations. You'll have as long as you want to analyze and look at them.
Exhibity. I need a little soundbite for that. Exhibities. How are y'all doing? Everybody's quiet. It's one of those days. It feels like a Monday. Feels like a Monday. But it ain't. And that's my real voice. She
Announce your next witness,
looks
please.
beyond scared. She should be. But I think her body language and all that curling is not helping. Not helping at all. Oh, really, Miss Haley? That didn't sound good, did it? Really, Miss Haley Mouse? Find anything good? Join Discord and you can share it with us.
Oh, sir. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right as you need it. Or just, yeah, there you go. And just talk in a loud, clear voice right into the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yep.
Afternoon.
Please
Miss
state your
Swan?
full name and spell your last name for the record.
Tyler James Ackerman, Ackerman.
And by whom are you employed?
I work for the Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the sheriff's office?
Just
I missed
about 9.5
that.
years.
Thomas
What are your current
Ackerman?
duties with the sheriff's office?
Currently, I'm a violent crimes task force detective.
And were those the same duties you had in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your
Oh, sorry.
With calls for service pertaining to shootings, stabbings, robberies, stuff of that nature. And then we'll also assist other detectives with investigations.
Thank you. And what kind of training did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
Prior to becoming a law enforcement officer, I went to police academy, which was a full term for 6 months. And then after that, there's additional training that we received at the agency to include in-service training, about a 3-month
program that'll get us ready for on the road to be able to pass to become a solo deputy.
And does that training in the academy and going forward involve firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do before you were a law enforcement officer?
Prior to law enforcement officer, I was in the United States Army.
And when you were in the Army,
Sorry, I didn't hear it.
I was in the United States Army, sir.
Thank you.
and when you were in the Army, did you also receive firearms training?
Yes.
And when you were in the Army, were you in a position where you carried a gun regularly?
Yes, I was an infantryman. It was my job.
And as a law enforcement officer, do you, and a member of VCTF, do you carry a gun every day?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you, are you required to go out to the range and make sure you know how guns operate?
Correct. We're required annually to pass a test, but then we're also given the opportunity to go out to the range to practice and do more, because it takes more than shooting once a year to be proficient.
And do you do that?
Yes, ma'am. Because it takes more.
And I want, and do you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to ask you a little bit about September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF, were you working shift?
Yes, ma'am. We work 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. That's our standard shift, unless something else that's happening in the county dictates that we change it.
And do you work in a specific area?
We have the answer jurisdiction.
And during your shift that night, did you respond to a White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you informed of this call?
I believe it was through the radio. There was a shooting that was dispatched, and I couldn't tell you exactly how many of the members of my team, but we were together on a meal break.
And how long did it take you to get over there, if you recall?
I couldn't give an exact time frame, but maybe about 10, 15 minutes. I'm not 100% sure.
When you arrived, what did you observe going on?
When I first got to the scene, there was an ambulance that was parked in front of, I believe, the incident location. And there was a stretcher that was being loaded into the back of the ambulance, where there was a male that I visually observed on the stretcher.
And did you see a female?
Yes, there was a female that was being placed in the back of a marked patrol car, I believe. But I saw her for seconds, and then she was placed inside the vehicle.
And were there a lot of law enforcement on scene?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you tasked?
Initially, when we get to a scene, we wait to see what needs to continue to be investigated or what people need help with. And there was information that said that the defendant went to the neighbor's house after the incident that took place. So myself, Detective Din, and I believe somebody from patrol went to that residence to make contact with the neighbor.
And what was your purpose of making contact?
To come have an interview completed with the neighbor to see what he knew happened.
And that home, and I apologize if you just said it, is directly next door.
Correct. If you're looking at the front of the incident location, it's the first house immediately to the left.
And what happened when you got over there?
When we went over there, Detective Din completed the interview with the neighbor. And then after the interview, we collected a multi-waiver for the house.
And what is that?
Multi-waiver is a form. It's two-sided, and it has multiple different agreements that we can have. So if we go to a scene for this particular case, the multi-waiver is something that we collect from the person to get consent to enter and search their house with their permission, in lieu of having a search warrant written sent to a judge.
And was Mr. Sant okay with you entering his house?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, I believe he signed it, but I have not seen the multi-waiver in 4 years. So.
Okay. And were you listening in on the interview? And I don't want you to tell me what was said between Detective Din and Mr. Sant.
I was there for a portion of the interview, but not the entire thing.
Was something that you heard in the interview, did it cause you to go do something else?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was that?
To collect a firearm that was inside the residence.
And did you enter Mr. Sant's home?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you locate the firearm?
Yes.
And where was it?
If you were looking at the front door, as soon as the front door opens, immediately to your left on the ground was the firearm, and it was just below a window that was next to the door.
And what, if any, observations did you make about the firearm?
Initially, the first observation was that there was a magazine inside the firearm, appeared to be a semi-automatic black pistol, and the slide, which is the portion of the top of the pistol that retracts to unload a round after it's fired and then load a new round, was partially it wasn't completely seated in the forward position. There's a very small amount of it that was to the back.
And did you examine the gun on scene to determine why it was like that?
Yes.
And what did you see?
When I saw that, the firearm, you could see a little bit of ammunition or a round of ammunition inside the chamber. But then after that, that was the only observation I could see with it on the ground.
And did it appear, and was that a live round?
When I cleared the firearm, the ammunition that was inside the chamber was an unfired live round that was still able to be fired or appeared to be able to be fired.
And I guess I should ask you, once you find a firearm, what do you do with it?
Generally, the first task is to make it safe, clear the firearm.
And so what does that mean?
So it would be pointed in a safe direction. The magazine is always the first thing to be removed from the firearm. So if you pull the slide to the rear and the magazine is still inside the firearm, one round will eject, but it will subsequently load another round into the chamber, which would make it still a live weapon.
And so did you remove the magazine?
Yeah, the magazine would make it still a live weapon.
And so did you remove the magazine?
Yeah, the magazine was removed first, and then after that, the slide was locked to the rear to prevent the slide from going forward. And when the slide was pulled to the rear, that's when the live round of ammunition was ejected out of the chamber.
Thank you. And at some point, did you take a photograph of the firearm?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been pre-marked as state 17. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize that photo?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
That's the firearm that I photographed and collected.
And does that photograph appear to accurately depict the firearm?
Yes.
On that day? Your Honor, the state would ask to enter and publish state 17.
I appreciate that we're not getting the images
Taylor, is there
ourselves.
any objection to the admission of state 17?
No, sir.
Received.
And Your Honor, once I'm done, can I just have it passed?
Okay.
Thank you. Once you made the firearm safe, what'd you do with it?
After that, it was placed in a new.
I hope and pray what you mean by pass is that an officer of the court walks in front of the juror with the weapon. Like, don't pass the weapon like mashed potatoes on Thanksgiving.
Property bag.
And then did you take it to property and evidence yourself?
No, ma'am.
And what'd you do with it?
I waited with the firearm until CST, I believe it was CST Conlon, arrived to the neighbor's house and took custody of the firearm.
And a CST, what is that?
Crime scene technician, ma'am.
And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this case? I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
All right, if we could go ahead and publish state 17. Mr. Taylor, hold on one second. They're publishing state 17.
It could be a photo, that's fine, but not the weapon itself. I question that wisdom. Okay, I need to say something real quick. Someone questioned me in the last stream on another media format why sometimes it sounds like I'm stuttering. It's because I can't hear myself. I'm deaf. I can talk, but I can't hear. I have special ears that connect to a big board. So I apologize.
All right, cross exam.
Afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think we can agree that your testimony pretty much revolved around the firearm.
Yes, sir.
You have experience with firearms.
Yes, sir.
Duh.
There's various reasons why a handgun such as this might jam, correct?
Might jam, but what was with the firearm was not consistent with a jam, sir. The firearm was just slightly out of battery, which means that the slide was not locked to the rear.
And that's the exclusive reason for it to have been in the condition that it was, you think?
There's multiple reasons why the slide wouldn't go to the complete forward position,
That's what I
but
want.
what was with the firearm was not what would be consistent with the jam. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so let's concentrate on the slide.
Yes, sir.
Are there various reasons why the slide would have been in that position?
Yes.
Is one of those reasons, Detective, someone who is not holding the gun firmly enough?
One of them can be if the way that the firearm reacts with recoil, especially with a pistol, is when the firearm is shot, it has to be firmly held in place for the slide to actually be able to use its own force to push back, eject around, and load a new one, sir.
Okay, and as a relative expert with firearms, you go to the range regularly, I would assume?
Pretty decently, sir.
All right, and you make certain when you fire a pistol that you are holding it firmly enough so that that doesn't happen?
I do, yes.
Okay, that comes with practice.
Yes.
And that comes with knowledge of the firearms.
Mhm.
So if somebody were a neophyte in the actual firing of the firearm and was scared and petrified, if they weren't holding it tightly enough, that slide could end up in the position that you found it in.
It could, but I think the thing that normally happens more.
And also, when the slide comes back, if you're not holding it right, that slide is going to bite this part of your hand, pinch it, and rip it. And it nasty.
Commonly when it comes to a pistol and a grip being weak is that the round is still going to fire, but what happens is that the slide goes backwards, but it doesn't fully eject the round, which causes something that's called a stovepipe. So the best way that I can explain that is that the firearm wants to load a new round of ammunition into the chamber, but the old round has to come out first. So what happens as the chamber is coming back, it actually goes forward, and then the shell casing that it wanted to eject gets stuck in that slide, so it can't go forward anymore.
Okay. And one of the other ways would be, as we discussed,
It could be, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Could be ammunition, a spring, various things.
failure to hold it tightly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No
A lot of people call that a jam, but it's not.
Redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
Sir? Mr. Taylor? Can the witness be
Yes.
released from his subpoena?
Yes.
All right, sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, no, maybe I don't need to. Go ahead.
All right. Yes, you're fine. No, it has nothing to do with you. All right, members of the jury, it's about 3:00, so I think it's a good time to take about 10 or 15 minutes. Let you stretch your legs. I'm going to let you go back to the jury room. Please remember, just leave your notes here. Please remember, don't begin discussing the case or anything about it amongst yourselves. You are free to use your phones if you need to send and receive text messages or calls or email. That's just fine. But don't communicate with anyone outside the jury about the case. And please don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. And we'll call you back out in just a few minutes after we get a break.
Addicting. I'm addicted. How do you sign addicted?
All right, the jury is out. You all can have a seat. Thank you. Also, the transcripts that were used, I'm going to take one as an exemplar and just note that this is what was handed out to the jury. All right. 10 minutes, 15 at the latest. All right. Stretch, move around. All right. We'll be off the record till then.
Yay! Yay. Do we need to wake up music? I'm going to go ahead and play this again. July has been an amazing month. And to end the month, we're doing a subscription campaign. And if you want to win a free Starbucks tumbler, just click the subscribe button. That's it. It's easy. Then leave in the comments, I sub, so we can get you in the drawing. The winner will be announced July 31st. Good luck, everyone, and thank you for subscribing. Oh my God, y'all, we did it. I can't believe it. We actually did it. Exciting news. Memberships have launched. Memberships are a great way to financially support this channel. Starting at the juror level of membership, we will be hosting members-only lives. Also, at the judge level, we will be having VIP events. We hope you will enjoy sporting the membership badges and soon to come exclusive emojis. Thank you for watching and supporting the stream and my dream to provide accessibility to the deaf and hard of hearing.
Did you figure,
Okay.
Did you figure out my coffee thing?
Nope, but I'll help you tomorrow.
All right, no problem.
I have to kind of,
Oh, I know. I know.
I want to open something somebody sent me on X. Oh my gosh.
What?
I hate it when people use children like this. I really do. Yep, I didn't mean to stop.
That's
I
right.
want to screen share. Look at this. I'll put it up on stage.
Keep my mommy free. Oh, Ashley Benefield punished for surviving. Yeah.
Is that her daughter?
Evidently.
And the grandmother?
I guess. I didn't.
Oh,
I mean,
y'all. We don't need to do this. That baby girl doesn't need to be doing that. Y'all, come on. Somebody said my biggest impression so far about her and her mother, who Doug Benefield was also helping to move, is having the child on the street picketing with the sign, "Keep my mommy free." This child should be distracted with playing instead of displayed. Bad grandma. Oh, that little girl does not need to be standing there. Okay, I'm going to take this down because I don't want to keep her face up too long. I'm appalled. I am absolutely appalled. That pisses me off. And yes, I said it. If I was her mother, I'd be going, no, you ain't doing that to my baby. Absolutely not. Oh, wow. That's disgusting. Really? I want to call CPS for that. Well, it's not illegal, but that just really makes me question the ability of the parent and the grandparent to make the right decisions. I'm like, God almighty. And the thing is, that's tiring. Standing on that concrete still holding up a sign. I want to know how long she's been there. That just chaps my hide. I'm trying to not explode. I go red, but I'm already wearing it. Gosh, y'all. I had 2 children when my husband was in prison, in court. Her age, a little younger than her, a little older than her. I would have never thought to have her standing outside with the freaking sign. Y'all, this is bad. This is like, oh, that's what the problem is. Couldn't figure out what was going on with my screen. Now I know. Oh, now I got to get it all straight again. That's what's wrong. I figured it out. Yay. These kids, I hope the jury sees between the lines too. But I'm going to go ahead and move that there so you know what that's there. I don't have enough information. I hate it when I stutter. I don't have enough information for me to sit here and give a guilty or innocent verdict at this point. Haven't seen much other than the fact that she's confessed that she shot him. We don't have enough information right now to know if it was self-defense or not. But I question a lot of things right now. But the thing is that poor child should not be standing on the freaking street corner in front of a courthouse with a sign. That infuriates me. I almost wish someone would call the police and complain about it. That baby girl doesn't need to be doing that. What is she, 5? That's emotionally abusing the child. And please tell me if I'm wrong. I hope someone somehow they stop her from doing that. That is just, I just look at it and I become irate. I know people use their kids all the time for emotional gain, but that is, if I was there, I'd stand right there and I'd tell that grandma, you get this child off of this corner right now, or I'm calling the police. But I ain't there. Oh, Tracy, I'm not that bad yet, am I? I can get a whole lot worse than this. But y'all,
don't make me get some butt whooping up in here. Don't make me open a can of whoop butt. Ooh, child, you are really pushing this woman's button.
jeez. I gotta move that. I can't see that anymore. It's making me mad. Okay, got it out of here. It's just infuriating me. My sister knows. By the way, everybody, if you don't know who Tracy is, she's my sister. Come here, Sensei, good girl. And yeah, she's my best friend in the world. My sister. Doesn't matter how, but she's my sister. So y'all welcome her. That baby shouldn't know any of this. That baby girl, in fact, if there was a divorce order of any kind, it would say that you can't have the kids doing anything like that. You can't have kids bad mouthing. You can't talk bad mouth to the parent, to the child. I mean, there's all kind of rules. This would be something breaking one of those rules. I don't understand. The person taking this picture should have called the police, called Child Protective Services. This is an emotional abuse and manipulation of a child. I don't know if you can call CPS for that, but I'm sure she was told all kind of, Sensei, it's okay. Come here. I know someone's outside and you're not. It just, I kind of was feeling sorry for the mom because the parents, a lot of times, we cannot control what our adult children do. I have a 20 and a 24-year-old, okay? I can't control them to a point. But one of the things is that I cannot. Oh, someone's texting. Oh, I mean, it just, just, mm. I watched it with my ex-husband's mom. She and I were pretty decent position and friendship before his situation. And it destroys the family. It affects the moms, the parents, the grandparents, anybody close to the person who's on trial. And for this to happen, for this grandma to take this child out there, if she have custody of this child, if she has custody with this child, I would be very concerned. Oh, I just, I'm struggling. Do we know who has custody of this baby? That's just insane. And the fact that there's all these people walking by and nobody has said anything. You take a picture without saying anything to the grandmother, pull her aside and say, ma'am, this is not the wisest decision. You better leave before the police get called or CPS. Because I guarantee you, she probably does not have full custody of that child. She's probably in a protective guardianship until this is over and the mother is found innocent or not, or guilty or not guilty. You know, this poor baby. If they're doing this, what are they doing to the baby? What else are they doing to that little girl? I don't get it. Just poor baby. Poor baby. She lost her daddy, who she probably never knew. Yeah. Yeah. But we don't know what's happening. The dad's parents are much older. He was 30, he's 30 years older than her? She was in her 20s, he's in his 50s. His parents may not be able to take care of her, even if they're still alive. And this is the grandmother that can. I don't know which, exactly, Tracy. What is this poor baby being told behind closed doors? If they're doing this with this child, oh my gosh. And the fact that this child's, I just realized I should have blurted out. The fact that I didn't have her up that much, and it is small, but her little face is out there for the world to see. But the grandmother turns her face so she didn't get a full facial shot. Wonder why? You don't want people to see your face, but it's okay for a minor child to be seen? I'm like, yeah, she'll grow up and Google about this and find the truth. Well, my children did. My kids did it. I knew it was going to happen. They found out a whole lot more than I knew, and when I found out what they were doing to me, I hit the roof. But the thing is that social media and media don't always get it right either. And I've had a lot of things said and done in media that I know for a fact on both sides, mine and his and everybody else's, it was not correct in any way, shape, or form. So therefore, you cannot depend on all that to be true. You can't. I'm just pissed for this little baby girl. She deserves so much better. So much better. Way better than that. And I'm sure her daddy had insurance. If he could afford to put in a $3 million into a dance company with 40 ballet dancers, I guarantee you, there was some money somewhere, unless mama sucked it dry. But, people usually have that kind of money. Number one, have wills. He had another daughter. And they also have life insurance policies. Oh, I'm done with the coffee. Now to the tea. Unsweet, that is. Oh, and the mother's out on bond. So she's going home with this little girl. They're discussing this around this little girl. I know somebody who had to use self-defense and take somebody's life to save theirs and their kids. And that's something you never get over. Even though you were in the right and you did the right thing, and that you did what you had to do. It was justified. Taking a life takes life out of you. It really does. And Sensei, come here. Oh, so baby girl. Why are you being so clingy? Are you okay? Yep. Nose is cold. What's wrong? Huh? Yep. You just want to be with mama. Have y'all seen my puppers lately? Come here, puppers. Come here. Sensei, up, up. Sensei, come here. Up, up. Sensei, come here. Up, up. Oh, this is my puppers. Say hello. Say hello. This is my girl. This is my girl, my puppers. She goes, I'm not going to kiss you with red lips. Go lay down. Oh, they're back in. Sorry. That was quick.
Planned on, I think you said you had 7 witnesses ready for today. You think we're going to get that far?
We have 2 crime scene techs in the hall. Mr. Borak, who is going to be relatively brief, I think, and then Ms. Conley.
Don't want to hear what all they had to say. We only had a few seconds there.
All right. Planned on, I think you said you had 7 witnesses ready for today. You think we're going to get that far?
We have 2 crime scene techs in the hall. Mr. Borak, who is going to be relatively brief, I think, and then Ms. Conlon, who will not be relatively brief. And then I think we have 2 more on standby.
Right, I have Ashley Byers out in the hall and, Alicia Byers and Dr. Barbara Russell. I don't anticipate their testimony is going to be very long at all from the state side. So I was hoping to get them done today if possible, so they don't have to come back tomorrow.
We'll see how far we get.
And I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we have some issues with Byers and with Russell.
Okay. But they're going to be later.
Yes, crime scene techs.
Well, let's get through the 2 crime scene techs to guarantee we get through those. And then we'll see where we're at with time. And maybe we get to them today, maybe we don't. We'll do our best, obviously, because I'm with you. I've said before, I prefer to get, if you've got witness here, let's get through them. But maybe if we don't get there, that'll give you time to put whatever arguments you want on the record. Sure.
Just while we're talking about scheduling, real quick, we have 8 witnesses scheduled for tomorrow.
Mhm.
Depending on what happens today, it could be more. But the last witness is our firearms person, and they're not available till Thursday morning. He's coming from Jacksonville. So I just wanted the court to know, because I know you were, like, if we got done a little bit early, we're not gonna, I don't think will happen. We're not gonna have him until Thursday morning, but then that would be our last witness if we're on schedule.
All right.
Just so that everybody's aware. I don't want to have them try to.
So that's a good update for you though, because you were saying, hey, because you had somebody who was getting a surgery next week, and
We had somebody getting surgery on the first, and we have,
people coming in from out of town.
four out-of-state people.
So there you go. The state
Yeah.
is just thinking they're going to finish Thursday morning.
If we're on schedule at the end of the day tomorrow, then we'll have one witness left.
So just FYI.
Yep.
All right. Are you ready to get the jury back in?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, are you ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, sir.
All right.
What are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
Okay. But they're going to be later.
After the 2 crime scene.
Well, let's get through then. We'll see. 'Cause I don't.
We're not.
All right. You were just
About this, yeah.
okay.
They would call Megan Dvorak. Let's read for both of these witnesses, please.
Ma'am.
I can't help their feed.
Hello, ma'am.
Good morning.
Oh,
Oh, good afternoon, Judge.
welcome. My name is Judge White. I'll be presiding over the case. Make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. There you go. Adjust however you need to. Speak in a nice, clear voice right into that microphone. We'll hear everything.
Thanks, sir.
Please state your last name for the record.
D is in David, V is in Victor, O-R-A-C-K.
What's her
When
first
were you
name?
Employed,
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
and how long have you?
Sorry, gotta hear the name
Sure.
so I can log it.
Please state your last name for the record.
D is in David, V is in Victor, O-R-A-C-K.
It's on her
When were you
shirt.
employed,
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
and how long have you been so employed?
12 years.
And what are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
I am a crime scene tech.
How long have you been a crime scene technician?
6 years.
And what did you do prior to becoming a crime scene technician?
I was a 911 dispatcher.
And as a crime scene tech, when you changed over from dispatch to crime scene, did you have to go through some training?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury about that?
We do an in-house training. It's usually 3 to 6 months. We have certain criteria that we need to get checked off on by our own training officers as well as the unit manager, and he deems it appropriate when we're able to respond to calls and process evidence on our own.
And were you working as a crime scene tech in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you asked, I'm going to draw your attention specifically to September 27th, 2020. Were you asked to assist in a homicide call that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time were you called?
About 20 minutes to 9.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to respond to our CID interview area, which is at our main operations center, meet with detectives and obtain photographs.
And what is CID?
Criminal Investigative Division.
And do you know what time did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And do you know what time you arrived?
I arrived at approximately 9:21 that evening.
And were you already said, I think you were asked to take photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that of?
Ashley Benefield.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what's the process for taking pictures of someone?
In this circumstance, we take overall photographs of the person as they are when we first see them, taking identification photos from the front of their face, the sides, and then we take photographs in various forms of them being stood fast in front of us. So we just go in clips from the top all the way down. So we do a face shot to her chest, middle area, and then legs, and then down to the feet. And so that's what we did first.
And then once you do that, what's the next thing you do?
The next thing we do, because I was also requested to, collect her clothing as items of evidence. We will start by removing an item of clothing. We're also checking for further injuries at that time or any marks that need to be identified and that.
21 through 30, will you take a look at them and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
These are the photographs I obtained that evening.
And do they fairly and accurately depict Miss Benefield as you photographed her on September 27th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask through 30.
They'll be received.
Thank you. And Mr. Work, you have a laser pointer there. You may have to check if it's on.
It's on.
Okay. I'm going to start with states 21. And so if you'll just kind of, for the record, let me tell us what we're seeing in this picture.
Sure. This is a front identification picture, as we call them, of the subject that we're photographing. Just like an ID photo that you would take on your driver's license.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, is that the time in which you're looking for any injuries?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries on Miss Benefield's face?
No.
And I'll show you states 22. This is her right side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And states 23 would be the opposite side, left.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you observe any injuries on either of those sides of her face?
No, ma'am.
And so then you said you kind of just go down the body front and back.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you states. So will you tell me what we're seeing here?
This is the mid-torso from her breast line down to her pelvic hip area, with obviously her arms crossed in front of her person.
And states 25.
Is her shin, just above her shins and down to her ankles that are covered by shoes.
Thank you. And states 26.
And this is a rear view of that same photograph.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, did you observe any injuries on her arms or legs?
I believe that I observed some redness on her right forearm and some slight discoloration on the back of her left leg and upper right side of her right area, right thigh.
And so I'm showing you now states 27. Is that what you're are you documenting her, the red mark you saw on her wrist in this photo?
Yes.
And you said at some point, or you did not observe any injuries to her face or head.
I'll overrule.
Thank you. I believe you just testified that you didn't observe any injuries on her face or head. Is that
Correct?
correct?
I did not see any.
But did you document her left? Show you states 28. Is this her left ear?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you document her left ear?
Her attorney that was present at that evening with her in the room advised me that she had.
Oh.
I think it's
Is it
effect
off?
no, it's effect on the listener.
All right, overruled.
Her attorney advised me that she had seen some redness on the defendant's ear And so I did take it for posterity reasons, photographs of that ear.
Thank you. And then once you took these overall photos that we just saw and documented those, the scratch on her wrist, did you have her remove her t-shirt?
I did.
And did you observe any injuries once she removed her t-shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
I noticed a scratch, a little vertical scratch under her right breast area, and then more scratches above her right hip.
I'm going to show you states 29. It's been cropped just for modesty purposes, but can you kind of orient us to where this is on Miss Benefield's body?
Looking straight forward at breast area, just under the bra line. Right here.
Oh,
is the
she's got a
scratch
bra
because we're
on, okay.
going to.
Thank you. And states 30, are these the scratches you mentioned on her hip?
Yes, so this would be the side of her right hip.
And I'm going to show you the picture. Up there, they kind of look brown, but were they in fact brown?
No, ma'am, they were red.
Thank you. And you said that's her right hip?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you observe any other injuries once Miss Benefield removed her clothing?
No, ma'am.
And did you collect her clothing?
I did.
Did you conduct any further investigation after you documented Miss Benefield?
No.
I don't have any further questions, Mr. Warwick. Defense may.
Thank you.
Cross?
Yes, sir.
There was. I don't know.
I think that the monitor did not accurately portray two of the photographs. I don't know if the court have any objection before I begin my cross publication.
Absolutely not. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Just hand him to the deputy.
Yes.
I don't know if they tested, but they should have when they did the autopsy.
State for the record which
Autopsy.
numbers they were.
They would have been 29 and 30.
29 and 30. Thank you.
You heard the director of Secret Service resign today after her inquiry yesterday. I would never leave the house. It was awful. She didn't answer 99% of the questions at all. It wasn't good. Okay, come on. Come on. Clock is ticking.
All right, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Is it deputy or Ms.?
Crime scene, Dvorak or Mrs.
Okay. Are you a
CST?
licensed deputy or?
No, I'm not classified as civilian,
Civil, okay, that of the sheriff
sir.
as a crime scene technician.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you, of course, the report of the things that you did on that particular day, did you not?
Yes.
And among other things, as you've explained to us here this afternoon, Ms. Dorvick, you also collected, did you not, DNA swabs?
I did.
Okay, will you tell us what DNA swabs are?
DNA swabs, dependent upon what I'm being requested to swab, are utilized when I'm trying to get a possible DNA sample from an area. In this circumstance, I believe I took, if I can just refer to my report,
Please,
Judge.
absolutely. Take your time.
Got
You
it.
can refer to your
Thank you.
notes.
Well,
I don't
that's
need to
mighty
speak
nice
for
of
the
you.
board, but I'm pretty confident on that one.
I did take a buccal swab. We call it a buccal swab standard from the defendant. And then for this particular case, I took touch DNA swabs, which meaning I was swabbing specific areas that the defendant's counsel had advised me that I needed to swab in accordance to find maybe possibly some of Mr. Benefield's DNA. I believe I swabbed several areas in reference to that.
Okay, and would those areas that you swabbed include Miss Benefield's hands?
I did swab her forearm and wrist areas, both from the left and the right.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think you referred to that as touch DNA.
Yes.
In other words, trying to break this down in its simplest terms, it would indicate when the results came back whether or not a particular individual may have touched Ashley Benefield in those areas that you swabbed.
If she can answer, overruled.
You may answer.
It is possible, yes.
Okay. And in this instance, by
About
what
the
you
same.
just expressed to us, you were taking those touch DNA samples off Miss Benefield's wrists and forearms to check to see if Douglas Benefield had touched her.
I believe it was just to see if any touch DNA profile came back.
Okay, would Douglas Benefield be included in that?
I don't know for certain. I did not send off the swab, so I'm not sure who they were actually putting a profile against or running it against to.
Okay, so you swab it, it's sent off to the lab?
The detective is the one who determines what swabs get sent off and who the DNA comparison is related to.
Okay, and the lab analyzes it and sends it back?
Yes.
And when they send it back, they distinguish what individuals may or may not have left their DNA in the areas that you swabbed.
I can't answer that. I don't know what their results look like or what their job entails.
Well, do you know what the end result of your swabbing is for?
I do not.
Okay, you don't know whether it's to establish if somebody touched them in those areas.
I do swab to see if there is multiple or just one DNA profile in that area. But like I said, I don't know who, if they were sending Mr. Benefield's DNA or not.
I understand. So you don't know who, but when you swab, you're swabbing to see whether or not scientifically there's going to be evidence that someone may have touched Miss Benefield in those areas.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Redirect.
Oh, 1 second. Storvec, you have your report with you?
I do.
Would you look at the first page where you begin listing the areas that you swabbed?
Yes.
Does it not at the bottom also say that you swabbed the suspect's right hand and left hand?
Yes, it does. I
Not the
apologize. I
suspects,
missed that.
Miss
Yes.
Benefield's right hand and left hand.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so you did the right hand, the left hand, the right wrist, the left wrist, the right forearm, and the left forearm.
Yes, the forearms and wrists were one swab individually on both arms. And then, yes, I did swab both her right hand and her left hand individually.
And what do you do with the swabs after you've completed your task?
They are sealed with evidence tape and they are signed on the seal to ensure that the seal is not broken. And then I place them into our property and evidence division, to which the detective deems that they need to be sent off or not.
Who's the lead detective on this case?
Detective Justin Warren.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, can the witness be released? State?
We have her under subpoena, Your Honor. I'm going to have to ask that you remain under.
All right, ma'am. You're not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked. So you're not to discuss your testimony or the questions asked of you with the attorneys or anyone else, any other witnesses. You're not to talk with any witnesses about their testimony or other evidence. You're not to watch or hear anything about the proceedings until you're released from your subpoena or the jury has been discharged.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can go. All right, State, call your next witness.
The state would call Amanda Conlon.
A bone on each hip. And she walks like she has a full gun belt on. Cracks me up. Sorry. Not. ACONL.
Hello, ma'am. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about to 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It adjusts up, down, left, right, however you need. Speak in a loud, clear voice right into it. And you should be able to hear everything. We hear you breathing, you know you're too close. All right.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Friel.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
It's Amanda Conlon, Conlon.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
20 years.
What is your current duties? What are your current duties?
A crime scene technician.
And have you been a crime scene technician that whole 20 years?
No.
What did you do before that?
I was in teletype, which is part of dispatch.
And then how long have you been in the crime scene unit?
17 years.
And what kind of training do you get to become a crime scene technician?
I went to St. Pete College and for crime scene specifically.
And then once you join the unit, do you have any on-the-job training?
Yes.
And do you continue to receive trainings if methods change or new science evolves?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Working that day?
Yes.
And in the same capacity?
Yes.
Okay. And were you called out to a scene at 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Yes.
And what time did you arrive there?
Approximately, I got called at 1937 hours. And I think I arrived about 28 hours approximately.
Okay, so just because I don't math. 7:37 p.m.?
Yes.
And then you got there at 8:28?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And was law enforcement already on scene?
Yes.
And how do you get called out to a scene?
It was a Sunday night and I was on call. Person. Sergeant Moss was the one who actually called me out that night.
And when you arrived there, without telling me what they say, did you speak to law enforcement to get an idea of what had happened?
Yes.
And what is your task there on scene at White Rock Terrace?
Once I arrive and wait for the search warrant to arrive, I can only take photographs of the outside of the residence on the street of where the crime scene tape was. And then when the search warrant arrived, I was able to enter the residence.
And prior to entering 11331, did you go next door to the neighbor's house?
Yes.
And why'd you go over there?
There was a firearm that I needed to collect.
And tell me about that. Where was the firearm?
When I arrived, Detective Ackerman was outside the residence with the firearm, which was in a paper bag.
And was it secured, I guess? Is that?
He secured it, yes.
And what type of firearm was it?
It was a Springfield 45 caliber.
And when you got there, had it already been unloaded or was it still?
It was still, the magazine was still loaded.
And it did in fact have bullets in it?
It had 1 in the chamber and 3 in the magazine.
Okay, I got to stop here.
Yes.
When you are going to purchase a lead shooter, this is a little itty bitty, teeny weeny ballerina. Look at her. Barely 100 pounds, if that. I used to have a Springfield 45, and I'm a strong, big girl. I got big hands. They're muscular. That is a huge gun for that woman. I would probably give her a 9mm. I said the G word. Ruger with a female grip. I don't, and even with a grip that's shorter for smaller hands, that's a double stack. That is huge. No wonder it had an issue, because if you hold it with both hands like this, it still has a kick. And if you're not used to it and you don't have experience, I'm surprised you didn't kick her back and hit her in the face or knock her over. I want to know, was that registered in her name? That's huge. Who in the heck sold that girl that weapon is stupid.
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the box that I packaged the gun in, and it's got the information on the side of it.
And your information from when you packaged it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you look inside? It's open. Yep.
Okay. Yes.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as when you packed it back in September of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 13.
Received.
Huge.
Would it be okay if the deputy just walked in front of
I
the?
think, yes, I would prefer that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. After you collected the gun, I think I got ahead of myself earlier. At some point, do you enter 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your, what do you do when you are processing this scene? You said you'd already taken outside photos?
Yes.
And so what's the next step?
I start to take photos into the inside, and I entered through the garage door, which was open. I entered then into a hallway where there was a laundry room on the left side of me. And then as I continued down the hallway, there was 2 bedrooms on my left side. And then there was a bathroom at the very end of this hallway.
And so do you document the entire inside of the house before there's any searches or evidence collected?
Yes.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, I'm going to show you states 34 through 82. It'll take you a minute, but if you'll go through each of those and let me know when you're done.
I'm still blown away by the lead shooter. Well, she has a lot weight and muscle mass, but there's a difference. They don't have that kind of muscle mass in their hand. They need to be soft and delicate. They don't have, not that big of a gun, lead shooter. Not that big. If I would get in trouble for showing you, I would. Because I have another weapon exactly the same size. Not on YouTube. It's this long, about that wide, about that big of a handle. It's huge. It's like what the cops carry.
You looked at them all?
Just
Yes,
And do
about
you
the same
recognize
size.
states 34 through 82?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
Those are the photographs I took that night.
And do they appear to fairly depict the home as it was, documented it, and then collected evidence back?
Yes.
And I'm also going to show you state 16. It's laying there. You kind of were describing the layout. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the residence.
And does it depict the portion of the residence we are going to discuss this?
Come on, get on the mic.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would ask to enter state 16 and state 34 through 82.
Any objection? They'll all be received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I publish?
Sneaky side.
And Ms.
you're funny.
Conlon, would that sketch, if I had blown it up, assist you in describing the house as we walk through it?
Yes.
And can you take a look at this blow up?
I know I'm bad.
It is an accurate depiction of state 16.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that I don't doubt.
Mr. Taylor, feel free to reposition yourself as you need to get a clear view of what's going on.
I gotta pause. Y'all, I can't believe it. Sandra Hemming has spent almost all of her life in prison for a 1980s murder in St. Joseph, Missouri. She was released after 43 years in prison for murder she did not commit. I saw a documentary on her and it broke my heart. Thank you for posting that, Veronica. Thank you. Okay, we'll continue. I'm all excited. I'm going to have to watch this.
Okay, Ms. Conlon, we're gonna, you have a pointer there. So we're gonna kind of walk through this house, through your pictures and this sketch if you don't mind. Okay, so you said you entered through the garage. Will you just point out for the jury where that is in this picture? Or the sketch, sorry.
Right there.
Okay.
There's the garage.
And then you already said you went in through a laundry room. So if you just kind of point to where you walked through.
I walked through here.
And I'm gonna steal those pictures. I'm gonna start with states 34. What is this picture?
This is the driveway of the residence.
And this is the 1331, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's a U-Haul truck.
Correct.
Okay. And then this is states 35. What is this?
This is still the driveway, and this is one of the storage pods and the U-Haul.
And then you said you went in through the garage.
Correct.
This is states 36. Where are you standing in this photo? When you take this photo, sorry.
I'm standing this way of the garage.
And then states 37. What do we see here?
Still the garage.
And what is that doorway that's depicted in the middle of states 37?
So that's the hallway. And then once I enter that hallway, the laundry room's right there on the left-hand side.
And states 38, is this laundry room you were just discussing?
Yes.
And then once you go through the laundry room, what's the first thing you encounter?
Past the laundry room, there's a bedroom, which is right here.
Did you enter that bedroom and document it with a photo?
Yes, I did.
And that's states 39. Is this that bedroom that on the sketch is labeled child's bedroom?
Yes.
And were there things in this bedroom that indicated to you that potentially a child lived in that bedroom?
Yes.
Such as?
There was a small mattress and there were some items in the closet.
Now, after you went in there, where's the next area you go?
I'm continuing down the hallway and there's the second bedroom.
And we're going to come back to that one. Eventually, do you go through into the living room area?
Yes. So once I get to the end of the hallway, then I start my photos around here in the kitchen.
And this is states 40. What area are we looking at here?
You're in the living room right now.
And this, we're going to have dueling laser pointers. This here, what door is that?
That's the front door.
Okay. So that's on the right side of this picture.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then here, is that the same front door on the left side of this picture states 41?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you depicting here?
The dining room.
And then in states 42, where are you standing now when you take states 42?
So I'm standing in the living room and I'm closest to the kitchen, like right in this area.
And did you document the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And where is this is this a pantry in states 43?
Yes.
Okay. And
So
where is it?
It's right there.
And then this is an income, this sketch is only the part of the house that we're going to talk about today. Is that right?
Correct.
Where is there something past the kitchen and those bathrooms there?
Yes. There's a master bedroom and bathroom in this area.
And did you go back and document that room?
I did.
Did you find anything of evidence in that room?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. Once you've walked through the whole home and you said you had gone into that bedroom we called Miss Benefield's bedroom on the sketch, do you also document any evidence that you find?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you states 44. Can you tell us what we're seeing here and then show us where this would be on that sketch?
So that's blood, and that's the entranceway of this bedroom right here. So it would be going this way.
And just to be clear, the wood part would be the bedroom and the tile would be the hallway?
Correct.
And then is this the same entranceway from a different angle?
Yes.
And were you made aware of what that smear was from or that blood mark?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was from the victim being dragged out to be worked on.
And did it go all the way? Did it start in that bedroom?
Yes.
And where did it end?
It ended at the front door.
And I'll show you states 46. I think it's a little more clear, but this is the bedroom.
Correct.
Thank you. And then what bedroom is this?
This is once again the same bedroom.
And this is 47. And we'll call this Miss Benefield's bedroom if that's okay with you.
Okay.
And so what are we looking at here?
I've started to take my photographs like in a 360 inside the bedroom. So I'm documenting right now the blood that's right there.
And I'm just gonna, can you just kind of mark it on there? Circle it, I guess. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that states 47. Oh.
Sneaky side, try being
States
deaf and lip
48.
reading.
There's some, would you call them bifold doors there?
Yes,
And what is that we're looking at the base of?
that's the closet.
And then this is states 49. Is that the same closet?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you said you did a 360 view. Does that mean you take pictures of the whole room?
Yes, corner to corner as best I can.
Thank you. And this is states 50. What are you documenting here?
Once again, the room, I'm just standing at a different corner and then I'm starting to focus in on the casings that are in the room.
And after you've gone through these pictures, do you later mark items of evidence in a certain way?
Yes.
And how do you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I'll come back and place evidence markers down by anything that I think is evidence.
And did you do that in this room?
I did.
I'm going to show you states 51. This is the same bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. So what markers do we see here?
You're seeing 1 through 6.
And do you then also kind of zoom in or get closer pictures of what each item you're documenting?
Yes.
And so we'll start with, this is states 52. That's that same room we've been seeing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in states 51, we can see that next to the room is marker number 1.
Yes.
Okay. So it's just kind of hidden in this picture. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm capable, I'm going to try to zoom in. What are you documenting in state 1?
I'm starting to get close-ups of the evidence markers and the casings that are next to them.
And so at states 1, I'm sorry, at markers 1, 2, and 3 here in states 52, what are those 3 items?
They're casings.
And then in states 53, where are you standing now?
Now my back is towards the wall, so I'd be right in front of evidence markers 1, 2, and 3.
And we see 4 and 6. What other markers do we see that we have not seen before in this picture?
So 4 and 6 and 5. 5 is in the corner.
And then is that white sticker on the wall a marker also?
Yes, that's 7 is.
And states 54 accomplishes what I tried to accomplish a moment ago. These are the closer up pictures of 1, 2, and 3.
Correct.
And did you collect those 3 casings?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 4, 5, and 6. Will you take a look at those 3 items and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
They've got my ID, my last name, my seal.
And do they, other than having been repackaged for trial purposes, do states 4, 5, and 6 appear in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged them?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter 4, 5, and 6.
Any objection to states 4, 5, and 6? Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're at states picture 55. What are you depicting here?
Pardon me.
So there's a casing there, but also a close up of the blood.
And did you collect that casing?
I did.
Same question on state 7. Do you recognize that?
Just hold them up. Yes, you may pass those.
Thank you.
I couldn't show that image. It was inappropriate bodily fluid for this venue. Sorry. Not sorry. Why do I keep saying sorry? Why? Lip gloss time. Someone told me I use too much lip gloss. You have no idea how much I have. I sell it.
You got them all, Deputy? All right, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. I'll show you states 56. We see 1, 2, and 3, which we've already discussed, but also number 5. What were you documenting with tent number 5?
There's a projectile at 5.
And in states 57, is that a close-up of that projectile?
Yes.
And did you collect it?
Yes.
You take a look at states 9 and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's my last name, my ID, and my CO.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from marker number 5?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter states 9.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're looking back out of the same bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
This is states 58. And we see a marker we have not seen before in the middle there. Well, a couple. But that first one in the hallway.
I'll sustain. She can explain.
Thank you. Can you tell me which markers we see in this picture?
So going out into the hallway towards the front door is 13, 14, 15.
And would you point to them if you don't mind with that laser pointer?
Right there, there, and there.
And then on the wall, do we see a marker, or is there any other markers besides number 6 and the ones you just discussed?
Number 7,
And what were you documenting with number 7?
a projectile hole.
And this is states 59. Is that the same hole?
Yes.
Thank you. And at some point, did you attempt to determine what happened to the projectile after it went through number 7?
Yes.
And were you able to figure that out?
Yes.
And where did it go?
It ended up in the bathroom's door frame.
And do you have some type of equipment that you use to try to help you in that, to figure out the path of a bullet?
A trajectory rod. Yes.
And did you use that in this case?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 60. And if you could describe for the jury what they're seeing here, please.
So the hole starts at 7 and enters. So that's an entryway. Then this is where it ended up. So the projectile's right there at 11 in the door frame.
Thank you. And did you document the path that it took?
I did.
Okay. So that was state 60, if I didn't state it for the record. This is state 61.
So that would be on the other side of 7. So 7's an entry, 8 is an exit. So that's going into the bathroom cabinet underneath the sink.
And if you can, well, I guess, so 7 would be on the opposite side of the wall?
In the bedroom, correct.
Thank you. And then after it left 8, did you determine where it went?
Its path continued through the cabinet door.
And this is state 62. What do we see here?
So now it is entering the cabinet door. So that's what number 9 is labeling.
Thank you. And what's this in states 63?
So that's the same cabinet door. And this is it exiting that cabinet door.
And this is state 64 for perspective. Will you show us, just point to where states, the marker 10 is?
Right there.
10, I'm sorry.
Sorry, 10.
And did you determine the final resting place of this projectile?
I did.
And where was it?
It's at 11 in the door frame.
So this is state 65. What's this?
That is where the projectile ended up.
And state 66, what do we see here?
That is a close-up, and you can actually see the projectile right there.
And did you dig it out of the wall?
I did.
And state 67, what do we see here?
That is, it's been dug out, so that's just showing that it came out and it's right there.
And did you collect that projectile?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 8. Same questions. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, and my seal.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you removed it from the wall back in September of 2020?
It does.
You're on, at this time, the state would ask to enter states 8.
Received.
That's more
I'm gonna show
than
you state 68.
self-defense.
Can you tell me what you're documenting here?
So that is the blood trail. So I'm now in the living room, dining room area. So that's 14, 15, and 16 are all blood.
And we saw a 14, 15, and 16 in a previous picture. Are these the same ones?
Yes.
You only use each number once.
Correct.
Thank you. And this door, what is the door in the middle of this picture?
That's the front door.
And then state 69, what do we see here?
So I continued outside because there was more blood outside. So that is right in the front entrance outside the front door. So it would be right in this area. So that's 17 and 18 with blood.
Thank you. And when you said this area, you pointed, but I didn't see. Would you mind?
Right in this area.
Thank you. Did you locate any other projectiles in the home?
I did.
And where was it? Where was it? One or more?
It was one more, just one more.
And where was it?
It's in the living room.
And did you document that with photos?
I did.
I'm gonna show you state 70. What do we see here? And if you could just show us on that sketch where we're looking.
So this is the living room and it's right by the front door. So it's gonna, and this is the front door. So it's right here in this area. So there's the window. So it's right there.
Thank you. And what is this item in state 71, if you know?
I thought it was some kind of shelving.
And what are you documenting in this photo?
The path that the projectile took.
And can you just point to the jury what you used?
Right there, and there's the projectile hole.
Thank you. And this is state 72. Is this the projectile you just told us about?
It is.
And did you remove it from the wall?
I did.
So did it ricochet?
I'll show you states 10. Do you recognize it?
Give me a diagram. Give me a
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize
projection
My
path.
last name, my ID, and my seal.
it? And does, other than repackaged for trial purposes, is this addition? Your Honor, this
Received.
pass 8, 9.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I want the fancy stuff like the FBI where it shows the bullet projection. Different colors for each bullet. Come on. Give me a fun exhibity. Give me something fun. No, I guarantee you she didn't unload that entire clip. If she had the double stack, that's like 12, 14. Single stack, I think 8, 6, 8. I think 8. I'd have to look at the single stack. Depends on which gun, lead shooter she had. Mm-hmm. Sure. Call me. Are you in our Discord? Get a hold of me through the Discord. Mod, can a mod throw up the Discord, please?
All right, Steve.
I am. Oh
Your
yeah,
Honor.
we're getting ready to see it. You're gonna
Ms.
see
Conlon,
weapon.
did you find any firearms in this home?
I did.
And I want to show you states 49. We previously viewed it. What do we see here in 49?
The backpack that's in the closet.
And did you search that backpack?
I did.
And did you document that search?
I did.
And so this is state 73. Is that the same backpack?
Yes.
And what did you find inside that backpack?
A firearm.
Did you find anything to indicate to you whose backpack it was?
There was a driver's license.
And this is state 74. Is this the driver's license you found in the backpack?
Yes.
And would you mind telling me the name on it?
Ashley Benefield.
Thank you. And what do we see here in state 75?
That's the firearm.
And then at some point later, once you collected it, did you lay it out and document it?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 76. And let me ask you first, what
That's
kind of
more
firearm?
appropriate
It
for
was
her.
a 6 hour 380.
And in state 76, is that the same firearm?
Yes.
I can
That-
zoom in if you
I'm gonna pause it.
maybe.
I have this. That is a little small for me, but I like it for concealed carry. That is more appropriate than the Springfield 45, which is almost twice that size. Just saying.
To be sure, or give you the other picture. Is that the 6 hour?
It is.
Thank you.
Mine's actually nicer.
And I'm going to
You
show
need to go,
states
Diane?
43. We saw this picture. This is in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything of evidentiary value in that pantry?
Yes.
And what was it?
A firearm.
And can we see it here in this picture?
You can't see it, but it's where the Jiffy peanut butter is, there's a basket and it's in that basket.
And so now,
Keep her gun next to the
state
peanut butter
77. Is that the same Jiffy or Jif?
Yeah.
with a kid around
And
in a backpack
78.
with a kid around.
The basket's been taken down to a lower shelf, and then the firearms in there.
And did you also later document this firearm on some brown paper?
I did.
And in state 70.
Okay, y'all, why is a firearm in a freaking backpack and in the kitchen on the counter in a basket where a child can get it, and they are not unloaded with the log? Oh my God,
79, is that what we see?
that's a CPS case.
And what kind of firearm was that?
It was a Springfield 9mm.
Bigger than the other one. 45's bigger than the 9.
Did you
Not
collect?
much.
And I'm sorry. Let's go back to the SIG that was in the closet. Was it loaded?
It was.
And you said that was a 380?
Oh, yes.
And the one that this one we're looking at here, was it loaded?
Yes.
And in this picture, can you tell us what all we see in this picture?
It's been secured. So if the slide is back, this is the magazine. So there was 1 in the chamber and then 9 in the magazine.
So that's
And they're still in
10.
the magazine at this point.
Correct.
That's a single stack.
And I know you already said 9mm?
Yes.
Thank you. Just don't want to get them confused. Did you collect any other items of evidence from the what were they?
2 cell phones were collected.
And I'm going to show you states 80. What is this item?
That is a cell phone which was on the living room couch.
And you collected it.
I did.
Mm-hmm. Haley Mouse, I like you. You guys, if you've not joined our membership, please join us. We're going to be having some very wonderful members only live starting at the juror level. And then judge on up are going to be your VIP levels, and we'll have special events. Please, I'd
Ms.
love
Conlon,
to
I'm
see
showing
you
states
in a
11.
members only
You
live.
can look at that and tell me.
That's where we can have fun. I
Yes,
can
I do.
say whatever
And
I
is that
want.
the phone we see? I'm sorry, what is it?
It
You
is
say
the
the
cell phone that's
bad
on the couch.
word.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the same color, everything.
And is it documented with the number and the time of this case?
Yes.
And other than
She's been signing all day at
some
her other
paperwork
job.
being added, does it appear to be the same or substantially the
Right,
same
Diane?
condition?
Yes.
The state would
Oh,
ask to enter
she's
states
tired.
11.
Received.
Thank you.
Bye, love.
And how many phones did you collect?
I'm taking you
2
off.
And where was the second phone?
in the garage.
Love you.
One.
So it's a shelf. So it's right outside, going back to the garage. So it's a shelf that's right here at the entryway into the house. So there was a shelf
Yeah.
area.
And is that same phone depicted in states 82?
Yes.
I'm showing you.
Yeah.
12. Do you recognize it?
45.
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
The case number.
I'm going to pause this. Do y'all, when you see a police officer walking around, they have a 9 or a 45, you see how big those things are? Look how petite she is. People don't realize they have a lot of kick. And if you don't practice and you don't get comfortable with that kick, you ain't going to hit nothing well. She had to be close to hit him because that thing will fly back. And if you don't have enough grip, you could lose the gun. Duh. Lead shooter. Well, they've already said it so many times in this live, I can't help it in court. So it's dangerous for her. It's dangerous for everybody. And that's why it
what kind of phone it was,
behaved the way it did with
And-
the
and the
lead
date that this occurred.
Thank you. I didn't mean to
extracting.
interrupt you. And
Yeah.
does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it back in September of 2020?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 12.
That's 2 unsecured weapons
Receive.
in the home with the toddler
Once you collected these phones, what did you do with them?
and not put up high
Um,
enough.
Everything was secured back in the lab once I cleared the scene, but these 2 phones were assigned over to a detective so they can be searched.
And what detective was that?
Plazinski.
Thank you. His last name?
Plazinski.
Thank you.
Did they
call
say
it
who they're registered to?
Other than after what we've just gone through from September 27th, were you later asked to do something else in this case?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was on October 1st
And what were you asked to do?
to photograph Ashley Benefield.
And did you do that?
I did.
And where did that take place?
In our CID.
And I'm going to show you states 83, 84, and 85. You haven't seen these today. Do you recognize them?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
They're the photos I took of Ashley.
And do they appear, or do they fairly and accurately depict how she appeared to you back in October 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would ask to enter and publish 83, 84, and 85.
Received.
Hey, be careful with a woman in boots. You never know what's inside. Could be a wallet. A lot of people carry vapes. Could be a lead shooter.
And what was the purpose of taking pictures of her?
So this was after the night that everything occurred. And I know Megan took pictures of her that night, but sometimes bruising does not show up for a couple days. So that was why I went back to take pictures of her.
And did you observe any injuries on her body?
There were scratches. Yes.
I'm going to show you states 83. What's the purpose of this photo?
It's just to show who I'm taking a picture of.
And did you observe any injuries to Miss Benefield's face or neck?
I did not.
Hey.
And then states
How did it go?
84.
So that's the scratches.
And just for orientation purposes, that's the right side of her body.
Yes.
Thank you. and states 85.
The scratch in her back.
And for orientation purposes, what side of her body would that be?
Actually, I'm sorry, it's not her back.
Exactly. Oh my God, these are so horrible. Oh,
I believe it's right under her bra line.
It's been cropped quite down.
Yeah. So it's the right side of her body.
Thank you.
With the pencil
And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this
or
case?
key.
No. Your Honor, may I have just a moment with co-counsel? Thank you.
awesome, Miss Kevin. We've been talking about lead shooters. They had
Thank you, Ms.
two,
Conlon. I don't have any other questions.
a 9 and a 380 in the house, not in a safe. Didn't have a child lock on it, trigger guard, nothing, and they were loaded. One in a backpack, one in a basket next to the peanut butter in the kitchen. Between that
All right, Mr.
and
Taylor,
having the
do you
daughter
need any
outside
of the
picketing,
displays?
I'd like to just take a moment, Your Honor, and look through the pictures.
y'all, I can't. This woman, this family. Why in the hell would you have the child outside picketing? What if somebody got angry and wanted to do something mean? Poor girl. Sneaky side, we gonna be good friends. Y'all, we gonna be good friends.
You break it, you buy it.
Okay, guys, I gotta do this. We gotta take care of our sponsors. They take care of us. Oh, I'll also be giving away through the rest of this month boxes of coffee. That will be just random. But let's hear a word for our sponsor and take a breath because I'm about ready to blow. Hey y'all, I am so excited we have our very first sponsor and I'm wearing this hat to honor them. Who is it? Well, it's coffee, my favorite thing. This coffee is from Hitchman Homestead Coffee. This is the Shooter Shack Coffee Pioneer Nicaraguan Roast. This coffee is so delicious, y'all. It is so smooth. It does not leave a chemical taste on the back of the tongue. It's not overly bitter. And I have to tell you, it is my favorite. And I am now getting rid of all my other coffee. I kid you not. They have a monthly subscription available. You get 4 12-ounce bag a month, either whole beaned or ground. And then you can also get a Keurig option as well. The other thing they have is wonderful gift boxes that you can send to your loved ones. So you want to support a fabulous home business and people here in the Hill Country, go to hitchmanhomestead.com and let them know I sent you and grab yourself some of the best tasting coffee we have here in Texas Hill Country. Hey y'all, I'm Ada Kay. And I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Oh my God, y'all, we did it. I can't believe it. We actually did it. Exciting news. Memberships have launched. Memberships are a great way to financially support this channel. Starting at the juror level of membership, we will be hosting members-only lives. Also, at the judge level, we will be having VIP events. We hope you will enjoy sporting the membership badges and soon-to-come exclusive emojis. Thank you for watching and supporting the stream and my dream to provide accessibility to the deaf and hard of hearing. What did you think about all those? I didn't mean to do all of them. It's okay. I needed to grab a break. Whew. Here we go. Do you know what? I'm not going to disagree, but I'm going to disagree. Ronnie, anybody who's abused, my heart goes out. Been there. Okay. But, sorry. Had a little glitch in my lighting cord. Okay. However, being abused does not mean it was to the point that it cost somebody his life. We don't know yet, but it's not, I mean, there's a lot of verbal abuse, non-physical contact abuse, but there is no evidence yet that shows bruising or anybody, even the daughter said there was nothing. She saw nothing. Only time that kind of force to end someone's life should be used is when your life is truly at risk of ending. It is the ultimate last resort. And I hate that people have to use that. But I feel that people abuse that stand your ground more often by far than when it was truly necessary. And people can disagree, but that's okay. It's horrible no matter how you slice it. But okay, seriously, dude.
Hey,
Oh, finally.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, exactly. Those are so superficial. I've gotten my nails done and I went like this or did something and got a scratch like that because they were too sharp. Thank you, everyone here. That's right. I love you guys. I can't wait for you guys to be able to say, I've been here a year. That'll be awesome.
You took more pictures on that day than were actually introduced here this afternoon.
Correct.
All right. Let me pass this one to you and see if it's one of the photographs that you took. Yeah, you're on.
Yes, of course.
Yes, I did take this photograph.
Okay. State chose not to offer that to you, so I'd like you to identify it for us.
It is Ashley. I'm assuming it's her maiden name, Byers. It is her, and it's her concealed weapons firearm license.
Okay. And is it an accurate reproduction, just like all the other photographs that you took on that day?
Yes.
Respectfully introduce it.
Okay, we got to stop. I know you're going to hate me, but I got to say this. And I don't want to talk over them. She had to conceal. So she had to take classes or be able to pass a lead shooter test. No, it's not that hard, honestly. And most likely it was with the smaller, which would have been the Sig Sauer. That's a more appropriate lead shooter for her. But number one thing they teach you is safety. If something happens and a child gets a hold of one of my weapons and commits a crime, or somebody gets hurt, okay, I'm responsible. And even worse, I'll lose my license and held at a higher level of responsibility than if I didn't have one. So what in the hell?
I want
Is that
to-
one, I'm sorry, so has that already been marked?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
We pre-marked all of them.
thank you.
This is worse because she knows better.
Wanted
She's had the classes.
that you said the couch that you recovered. Let me just try to refresh your recollection as in the couch.
Yes.
Yes.
That makes this worse.
Yes, it was originally in the couch and then it was removed and put on top to take the photograph.
The crime scene photographs that you
What was in the
took, I want
couch?
to make sure we understand. You went in there and took these photographs and processed it after the deputies and EMS were in there.
Correct.
So what your photographs tell us, correct me
BBs
if
can
I'm
kill.
wrong, is that that's the way the scene appeared at the time you took the photograph.
Correct.
It's not necessarily the way the scene was prior to the time you snapped your photograph.
Correct.
So in other words, the broom, just as an example, that was in one of the photographs, that broom may very well have been knocked aside when the deputies were working on Mr. Benefield, trying to assist him.
Yes, that's possible.
And that could apply to the shell casings as well when the EMS people dragged Mr. Benefield out of the bedroom.
Correct.
You would have no way of knowing.
Correct.
All your photographs tell us is how things looked when you took the photograph.
Correct.
The blood marks from the bedroom all the way out to the front door, once again, is the scene after the EMS went through there along with the deputies.
Correct.
The last thing I want to ask you is, you did, to my knowledge, 2 separate reports. Is that correct?
I believe it was one. If you would show me what you're looking at.
Sure. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
So these are my property receipts.
Yes, okay.
So that would be separate from the original written report.
Okay, but these are reports that you did.
Correct. Yes.
And one of them, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, is it Deputy Conlon or?
No, I'm a.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the dates of the report is on the day of the incident, 9/27/20.
Correct.
Okay, and the second one is on October 20.
Yes.
And on both of these reports, Ms. Conlon, you under type of case noted as a homicide.
Correct.
When you're photographing this scene and executing your duties, all you know in there.
Correct.
You don't know whether or not it was a crime.
I do not know.
That's why you call it a homicide.
Correct.
If you knew it was a crime, you'd call it a murder.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
Sorry, that just looks- I don't have anything else, Judge. Thank you.
No? All right. Hold on one second. Can she be released?
Yes.
Can she be released from her subpoena?
No, we'd like to keep her under subpoena. Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Conlon,
And
you were
Your
not
Honor, I
released
would
from your
like-
trial.
I'm sorry, I'll let you finish.
You were not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so that means you cannot discuss your testimony here today with anyone outside this courtroom, including the attorneys. You can't talk about it with any other witnesses. You can't talk with witnesses about what they testified about or what questions were asked of them. All right, so remain available.
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, can we publish defense exhibits,
That-
please?
Wait,
Absolutely, yes.
that too.
Yes.
That's the report. Yeah, that was his,
That's yours.
yes.
All right.
Thank you.
And we'll publish two. And Ms. Conlon, there's a lot of stuff flying around. Just look through your file, make sure that.
That I did not.
Yeah. Everything's yours?
Yes. it's on.
All right, ma'am. You're free to go for now. Be available if they need you again. Thank you.
Sir, can we approach?
Yes, while they're looking at defense two, go ahead and approach.
Okay, we got sidebar. Oh, y'all. This is a little boring to me. It's not as exciting as the trials we've been seeing. It's not a big case as far as hide money or whatever, but I will say, it. What's the word I'm looking for? 38. Okay. It's interesting. This is intriguing to me. Yeah, very much intriguing. As soon as this is over, I want to talk about the Sandra Hemi case and her being freed. This is huge. Huge. Huge.
All right, members of the jury. So we've had a very busy day and
Finished.
talking with the attorneys. We're right on time. We're doing great. There's some couple legal matters that I need to address before we go to tomorrow, just to kind of smooth things out and make sure the presentation doesn't take up too much of your time and it's as smooth as possible. And I think what I'd prefer to do is go ahead and let you all go for the evening now. And then we're going to stay and work. I don't want you to think we're going to run home right now. We're going to stay and work, talk about tomorrow, and get it all worked out so we can hit the ground running tomorrow. Now, I had originally said that tomorrow morning I might need to start late because I had court. That resolved itself, but I think we're still moving along pretty good. So I think we're going to look for a 9 o'clock start time tomorrow. So if you could be downstairs in the jury assembly room at, I almost said 7:45. 8:45. That should be plenty of time. The deputies will come get you. Is anybody picking tomorrow? Okay.
So they're going to start at 9, which is 8 my time. Oh, better. Better.
Okay.
Yeah, I've watched a documentary on
A
her.
lot of times we'll pick juries on Mondays and Wednesdays. So I was just checking to see if there's going to be a whole bunch of people down there. The clerk says probably not. So you'll probably have the room to yourself. If there are people there for civil juries or something like that, you all can kind of stay generally in the same area, sit right next to each other. But that way we kind of know where everybody's at. So you're free to go for the evening, maybe beat the traffic. Remember, please, last night you got home and family and friends or work was probably asking, how's it going? You got to say, hey, I don't know anything yet. We haven't done opening statements. All we do is pick the jury. But now you've heard some testimony. So at this point, it's going to become even more important for you to follow these rules of no discussion amongst yourselves,
No discussions about the case with anyone outside of this room. And make sure you try and avoid the news or don't
I can do
look
that.
at your favorite websites, but try and avoid doing any research on the people, places.
Okay, so I was just thinking it's going to start at 9 o'clock their time, 8 my time. That's going to be good.
Forward, dress appropriate, so you can come and adjust as you need. I don't know if
I
anybody brought
know.
snacks, but as you see, we have breaks
That wasn't a
throughout
very
the day.
pretty look.
If you do want to bring something, we can bring food.
That's
Okay.
what I feel about
We'll
her
discuss
letting
that
her
with you, so I
child
want you to
stand
either
out
bring
there
in
all
snacks.
freaking day with a sign.
All right, you're all set for the evening. We'll see you back here. Yes, please leave the notes. Those must stay here. If you just put them face down on your chairs, the deputies will pick them up and we'll hand it back out tomorrow. All right, we'll see you in the morning.
I want to know why your daughter is standing outside in this weather. It's probably hot. With a dang sign all day long for you.
Okay, you all can have a seat.
My
Yeah.
son said I'm loud. Sorry. That's it? Mm.
Knowledge, deputy, helps me. One, the attorney, sorry, Madam Court Reporter. I heard you type and I want to make sure that you were also
I'm sure.
ready. All
She'll
right,
do a pirouette.
a whole call. Do you want those back? Did you get one?
Yes.
Oh my God. He is actually using a screen cleaner. Look at him. I've never seen that.
No, they will not. You know what? Yeah. Yeah. I just, for your edification, for everybody here's edification, and I meant to tell the jury this, and it's on my list, and I forgot. The boil water notice was extended to Wednesday. So continue to bring your bottled water or your sodas or your coffees or whatever it is. And I meant to tell the jury, it's okay, because what's today, Tuesday? Oh, it is Tuesday. Hopefully.
10 a.m. tomorrow.
It's 10 a.m. tomorrow? Okay, well, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. Okay.
Yo.
It's the pond out back.
I don't know what that cat just did. My kitty just went running.
And then, thank you very much, sir. I did get your amended witness list. It helps me keep track as we go. My notes are that, this is for everybody's knowledge, Deputy Burley, CST Dvorak, CST Conlon, and Eva Benefield have not been released from their trial subpoenas. So I know you all know what that means, but you need to make sure your witnesses, because some of these folks, either they're also employed at the sheriff's office or they may know each other, and they are strictly prohibited from having conversations with each other.
Yeah, right.
All right, let's talk about, you had some motions, and I said objections earlier, but they could also be motions in limine. And Alicia Byers.
Yes, sir. So I thought we had pretty much established.
Oh, look at her. Look at her.
The child abuse investigation. Nonetheless, in an opening statement, the state clearly went down that road to the extent of even designating that there were 5 of them, which now puts us in a position to have to respond to that unless it turns out to be a representation in an opening statement that would materialize, and as the court knows, and the court emphatically instructed.
I got to do this Whenever I see her like this, there's a song that comes to mind. Here it is.
I'm all alone in the world. Nobody cares about me. I'm so unhappy. What'll I do for somebody who will sympathize with me?
My son just came and shut the door. I was singing it off key for a reason, for the voice. I mean, y'all, this is so pitiful. So pitiful.
David is not evidence. So
Actually, I could
the
sing.
concerns we have with Alicia Byers and with Dr. Russell is that we believe both witnesses' testimony is sought to go to the issue of child abuse. For multiple reasons, 403 of the Florida Evidence Code being merely one, and I don't need to re-argue this, the court's aware of it, we're all aware of it. The balance
Wow.
against
Thanks, Miss Kevin.
potential prejudice.
I heard that, I
We don't
think.
think that that should be admissible, and we don't think we should go down that rabbit hole. In
Judge
addition,
Davis, I apologize for interrupting. I do not intend to ask either one of them about child abuse. And if it helps, the reason I said 5 complaints was, it's my belief that that comports with your ruling on what Detective Moreland can testify about. So that's why I represented that. It wasn't to get information out of either of these 2 witnesses.
well, that certainly helps my argument, Judge. My understanding for purposes of Detective Moreland is that the court is willing to allow him to testify as to the criminal aspect of his involvement. The court should be aware that the deputies do not conduct an investigation. They merely accompany to protect for their personal safety. There is no criminal investigation, so I point this out to you, Honor, in anticipation of when Deputy Morgan does come to take the stand. If the state doesn't plan to go into anything having a relationship to the allegations of child abuse, then I don't know that we need to go any further to discuss that it was, whether it's collateral or it doesn't relate to any material element.
My main.
And let me just clarify, that argument relates to Barbara Russell and Alicia Byers?
Alicia Byers, yes, and it may in fact relate to Deputy Moreland once I get a chance to voir dire him about his actual participation and whether or not he's just there for safety purposes to protect the DCF representative.
And I can just represent, I mean, you can voir dire him if you'd like, but I can represent to you that he did his own independent criminal investigation. But he and the DCF or CBT people all work together. They all have their different goals.
I want to say something, and I won't.
Investigate.
I like Braxton too much.
Well, who would he be investigating? He would be investigating the target of the complaints. What relevance would that have to Ashley Bennett?
What I envisioned from all of this was I was allowing Detective Moreland to testify consistently with what I allowed at the stand your ground hearing. That there were 5 complaints made. I think I allowed the month and the year. The alleged perpetrator being Doug Benefield, an investigation was conducted. The general allegations were, and whatever they were, and that the cases were closed with no action. Exactly what I allowed at the stand your ground hearing. And then I did not allow Kim Griffin. Remember that's the one from CPS. Was she going to be an expert? Then it was no, she's not going to be an expert, but we want her to testify 5 complaints from the CPS aspect that they were investigated and they were closed with no action. And that's where my ruling was no, because I think under 403 that allowing both of them to testify, and I completely understand that this is criminal, Moreland, right? If we have a silo, Moreland is criminal, 5 criminal investigations. Griffin is CPS, civil, 5 investigations. But my ruling was under 403, I thought allowing both of them to go into it could confuse the jury, mislead the jury into thinking, well, there were 10 investigations. So that's why I made the ruling I did. If you're asking me to revisit that, because I would allow Detective Moreland to testify that there were these 5 complaints. Is he CAC? Yes. So he was CAC at the time. They were investigating, in the information I gave.
How can I, if that comes out, how can I not bring out on cross that 2 of those complaints were from independent third parties?
Well, I did not allow them to go into who made the complaints. That was the subject of a prior motion where I said, no, you cannot go into who actually made the complaints. The state is prohibited from going into that.
And I won't ask for names, I won't look for identifications, but I think I'm certainly entitled to show that it wasn't just Ashley Benefield.
And I don't know if he
I
knows that or
did.
not, because I don't
Sneaky
think that
side.
question was
I did.
raised at the stand your ground hearing or any of the motions I've covered. It wanted a deposition, so I'm not aware of it. But I don't know if he even knows who made the complaints.
So one thing you guys need to know, Miss Kevin I've had this stream partially running from her computer, and I turned off mine when I disappeared on screen, and y'all didn't know it. But I rebooted my whole system. I did everything, and it's definitely on their end. Thank you, Miss Kevin. You've been phenomenal.
I don't know that he does.
Takes a community to do this.
I'm hard pressed to believe he conducted 5 criminal investigations.
You want to do that again?
Know that 2 of the complaints came from the pediatrician and the psychologist.
Yeah, and I'm not
Do it
trying to
again?
open Pandora's box. I'm just saying I personally don't know. So you may want to talk to him tomorrow before he testifies, or maybe it was in the deposition. I don't know. But that's my ruling as of right now. Moreland can testify. Griffin can't. He can testify about those 5 criminal investigations that came to him as part of the CAC unit and the information that I allowed.
No,
wanna
it's
get into
okay.
more,
I just
you
want
want less,
Braxton
that's
to
fine.
hear I did that,
It's not a compromise, but I think that's the correct legal rule.
because I'm sure he'll ask me that.
Now I have a second motion.
Yes, sir.
Knowing that Alicia Byers and Dr. Barbara Russell are not being called for purposes of child abuse, what possible relevance could they have to this?
I have no idea. So are you? What do you? Is this the similar motion they want you? They filed a motion in limine for me to force you to proffer your expert. Are you now motioning for me to force them to proffer theirs?
No, because if you'd have granted theirs, then I would have said yes, but you denied theirs.
Goose and gander, but no, I denied it because I don't think
TV.
there's any basis for that.
So I just
Was it
wanted
court?
to-
Somebody else was having it too.
I'm
It's
going
from their
for
feed.
that, and there's going to be some objections potentially.
Understood. And it happens all the time when depositions have been taken or reports have been written or affidavits have been done, and you can file motions in limine to limit or restrict certain areas, but I don't have any of that in front of me. Okay.
That's the first thing you do.
Anybody was I granted the the request to depose Russell. And I haven't heard anything since then, so. Well, what else can we talk about this evening before I let you go?
I think we're ready.
I have one small thing. We did do a stipulation for the ID of
Oh,
the victim.
sure.
I think it's not an issue in this case. Nobody's objecting or arguing, but I just wanted that to be a part of the record.
All right.
I think she wants me to fingerprint it also.
I'm sorry, sir?
I think she wants my fingerprint on it as well.
If you would bear with me, Miss Benefield. would
Leave
you
some
raise your right
DNA.
hand? Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. All right. I just want to ask you about this trial stipulation that was just about the case style at the top, trial stipulation.
Okay, Trial TV Live. Thank you for saying that. But sometimes it's just the way the world works, and there's no criticism on our part. We love you. We appreciate you. Everybody, go give some love over to Trial TV Live. Maud, do we have their link? I'm sorry. I really want to support them. They're new, they're small, but what's wonderful is unless someone like me uses their feed, you watch the trial, no commentating, no commercials. It's just straight trial. And it's wonderful for people like me. And it also is nice to support the smaller channels. And I appreciate what they're doing. So unless you're not covering what I need, I will be using you guys as much as possible. But thank you so much, Trial TV Live. We really, really, really appreciate you. And go subscribe. I've already done it on all of my channels. I've got multiple. So I already did. So thank you so much. And we understand there's things that are out of your control, depending on the court feed itself. But we appreciate you.
And it says, it is hereby stipulated and agreed by and between the parties that the identity of the deceased victim is Doug Benefield, white male, date of birth 10/2/61, a human being. It's got Mr. Taylor's signature. None of this is dated. It's got Mr. Taylor's signature. It has Mr. O'Donnell, and it purports to have your above your name and the word defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm not going to ask a lot of questions, but the essentially, ma'am, do you understand that in trial, the state has to prove certain elements? One of those elements is that Doug Benefield is deceased and is deceased. Other things that need to prove, but you understand by entering into this stipulation, you're basically saying you don't have to prove that state, which is agreeing that the deceased victim in this case is Doug Benefield.
Yes.
All right, fair enough. That's all I wanted to confirm. So I've got this. I'm going to give it to the clerk so she can stamp it in, and then you all tell me when you
Why
want
is
the
it
stipulation.
us?
We already have the limiting instruction or the instruction about stipulations.
And I don't even know.
I'm going to stop there. Trial TV, why is it us? I looked on my computer, my internet, thanks to my trusty technician, Braxton, our tech mod, taught me how to look and see where everything is, and it looked fine. So I apologize if I'm your problem child.
Okay, maybe we could read it during Dr. Vega just to be certain, but.
This judge
I
is
will
like,
let you
I'm ready to
prosecute
get out of
and
here.
defend your case. Let you see fit. Okay. All right. We'll see you tomorrow. Hey, listen, I'm not sure that I need to have you here at 8:30. It sounds like it's worked out. And
Do I hear 9 o'clock?
looks like it's going to be 9
Do I hear 9:30?
over my objection. No, I have bond hearings. I ended up not having any bond hearings, and I don't have any case managements for tomorrow. Now next week I do.
Yes, 9 o'clock.
But 9 o'clock start, so maybe 8:50, 8:55, getting all set up. All right, deal. All right, we'll be off the record until tomorrow.
Okay, that looks like that's all she wrote on that one. Oh my gosh, y'all. That Great Dane raid, huh? Oh, hi, Zach. Hi, Broken Baker. Hi. I want to do a live with you again. I really want to bring this up real quick. I don't know if y'all have heard about this. I followed this case. I've watched documentaries, and we have some wonderful news I want to share. Oh, add to stage. This woman has served 43 years in prison for a murder she did not commit, and she has been freed. I am so happy. She served 43 years for murder she did not commit. She was been released after her conviction was overturned. She was 20 years old when she went to prison. When there was no evidence to link her to the crime, she is now 64 years old. This is her seeing her sister out of jail since she was 20. She will be living with her. And it just, can you imagine? I won't read all this because we've been on all day, but can you imagine being in jail that long? Oh my God, for a crime you didn't commit. That is horrible. Zach, hey, good to see you. Awesome. Yeah. And long crime has so much crap in the. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Broken. Oh, thank you, Broken Baker. We are having a subscription drive. Some of you have already seen this, but let's go ahead and do it one more time because somebody's going to win. July has been an amazing month. And to end the month, we're doing a subscription campaign. And if you want to win a free Starbucks tumbler, just click the subscribe button. That's it. It's easy. Then leave in the comments, I sub, so we can get you in the drawing. The winner will be announced July 31st. Good luck, everyone, and thank you for subscribing. What do y'all think about that? Where are we, Miss Kevin, on our subs? We'll change much. It was a murder. There was, let's see, Sandra was 20 years old when she was found guilty of stabbing a library worker in Patricia Jinsky from St. Joseph, Missouri, to death in November of 1980, and she was given a life sentence. And her lawyers withheld evidence, and it was evidence that would have proved her innocence. Oh my gosh, y'all, look how close we are to 2,000. Oh, we're so close. I've been flooded into a shop. The water was waist deep outside the shop. I kid you not. And the flooding, we have a river, and it's called the Guadalupe, and it's called the park, and I would think it's like 1.5, maybe 2 football field lengths to the road, and it was flooded all the way up there. Zach, it's been horrible, but wonderful. We needed the rain, but we had a house that was struck by lightning, and we've had some cars stuck because people drove through when they shouldn't. So, Jamie loves tumblers. I know. Look at these 2 new ones. I'm gonna, depending on the stock where I live, look at these 2 new ones. Aren't they gorgeous? Now, my children, when they were in high school, our high school colors are blue and gold, this color. I would have been all over this like white on rice. And then this is the new one. Oh, thank you, Zach. Oh, thank you. Here you go. I'm giving money to Baker. I appreciate that. You are so awesome. Love you. So, you guys, I really would love by the end of the month to be at 2,000. And I'll do another crazy thing. I don't know what. We'll do something cray cray. Something cray cray. I know. Jamie, I have 58. Or in sign language. Oh, thank you for subbing. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. So what did y'all think? Tivy fights never dies. Tivy. Go. Tivy, go. Yes. Zach, we gotta connect, man. We gotta connect. You live here. You know. All right, here we go. Oh, guys, we can do it. We can do it. So, this is a very interesting trial for me. Jamie will beat me if she didn't win again. Now, Jamie, did you win? If you did, you're supposed to get on Discord. Oh, we got a new email. You can do it this way. You can email me. Oh, snap. I just accidentally erased it. Can you post our email, Miss Kevin? I accidentally erased it. But we have a new email. So if you want a tumbler, you need to email me your information. Full name, address, phone number. So I can ship it to you. Yeah. Why would you wave at me in HEB? You'll have to recognize me. I won't yeah. You think she's guilty? Yeah. Well, it's interesting. Really, there's no, other than her confession, there's no evidence that shows to me that she would. The abuse is where I'm getting stuck. She's saying she's being abused and she was fearful for her life, but the daughter lived with them. She was 15, and she said that she didn't see fighting. She didn't see any abuse. Right now, that abuse theory that the defense is sticking on is not, there's not even a nail to hang your hat on. Oh my God, I sound so country. There's not even a nail to hang your hat on. But Zach, you ought to come over and see my setup. You can sit right next. We can do a live together. I make room. I'll make room. But we really, in this trial, they need to come up with something big to show the abuse factor. And there's no evidence. Plus, oh, I know, right? Yeah, the daughter seems like she was raised right. Well put together young woman. Hi, Leah Wells. How are you? Manatee Finn? Is that how you say that? You're from Finland. But do you know what I can? I can send you the money value. If you're out of country, I will send you the money value in a gift card or whatever. I'll mail it to you. Snail mail. We'll get it. If you win, you win. I'm not going to just let you go because you don't live in our country. So if you subbed, write the word I sub. There you go. See, morale. Yay! Everybody who did it writes I sub and you'll be in the drawing. Hey, Zach, do you know where Classic Hamburgers is? If you do, I'm in that same strip center at the opposite end in the pink end. So, the scratches, they look like something she did to herself, y'all. I'm very careful when I accuse women or anyone of self-harming. Jamie is, oh, okay. Awesome. So the thing for me is those scratches don't look like anything at all. That nothing. Case one, thank you so much. So, Jamie and Broken Baker, you want to do y'all want to join me this Saturday for my Saturday night Spilling the Tea Live? Yeah, I do too. They're good. If you guys want to, I would love to have you on my live this Saturday night. We do a Spill in the Tea where we gossip about all the court stuff and other things. It's a fun night. Oh, well, go, Haley Mouse. We appreciate you. We love you. Thank you so very much. Appreciate you so much. Oh, K Swan. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry, but glad you're not. I see the word was. And the weapons of choice. Why would she be using a Sig Sauer 45 when she's got two others and she's got it concealed? She knows that gun. Well, we're 4 hours in. That thing was far too powerful for her. Far too powerful for her. I don't get it. That to me doesn't make sense. It's like, why would you not use your own unless you thought you could get away with it? I don't know. I need some input on that. Oh my gosh, your power went out too. Did you change the color, Miss Kevin? Better. That looks awesome. There's an ILY. What's in the middle? A heart. Oh, that is so cute. Oh my gosh. That is so cute. I wish we could show everybody here. We have membership, and our membership badges are ILY with the heart. Well, yeah. Mo better. You're so awesome. You know that, Miss Kevin? Love you. It is frustrating for him. He's an awesome guy, and we greatly appreciate him. I heard a ding. What did I hear? I heard a beep. So let's back to this case. First of all, to me, it sounds like she did manipulate this whole relationship. I'm going there. I'm in Discord. I'm in Discord. Aren't I? Yeah. So I have a question for y'all. Do you think that she stalked him and went to this conference with the intent of getting married to him? Do you think he was stalked by her? Because evidently the daughter said that her dad was talking to her and that he was going to take her to this conference. Yes, I shall, Braxton. I actually did that. Aren't you proud of me? I figured that. So I'm going to do something for him. Miss Kevin, you want to hop on and talk? Okay. I got to do something.
Hello. You go right ahead. Yeah, this case is taken a couple wild turns, but the biggest thing for me is that she is not some helpless person who's never handled a pew-pew before. She's got a concealed carry. She's trained. She's very pro Second Amendment. She was outspoken about that. And I think that's just, she knew what she was doing. And once we get to the point where the ME comes in and talks about where the bullets went through and all of that stuff. Hi, sneaky side. Hello. The baby. Yeah. Oh, Ashley wanted a baby. Yes, Ashley did want a baby. I think she was using Doug to get a baby. I agree. I think because she convinced him to reverse his vasectomy, which he had a right. What? Oh no. She convinced him. I don't know what you said, so I was waiting for you to repeat yourself.
Oh, I said she paid for it.
Yeah, she paid for him to reverse it, and she was like super big on like let's do this. She wanted to be a mom, but she didn't want to have a husband.
Yep,
That's
that's
the
how I
problem.
feel.
Yeah. I don't.
There you
I
go, Braxton.
especially don't think she wanted to be married to someone who's 30 years her senior. They got married. He was like almost 60.
13 days. Now, guys, I have to admit, when I was in my 20s, I was with somebody much older, but it wasn't 30 years.
But also, I think he misrepresented himself a little bit because it was believed that he was a fundraiser for political campaigns and for government, like he did government funding, stuff like that. So she had an agenda and she thought that he had money and that he made a lot of money. And she's like, I want that. And then they started doing the ballet company and hired 40 dancers, and she believed like we have this money and we're gonna make more money with our ballet company and all of this stuff. And it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth because I definitely don't think that she had pure intentions at all. But
Absolutely not.
I do think she stalked him. I think she had done some recon before the fact. She went to the thing knowing he was going to be there.
No, wait.
Made the
The
connection.
daughter said, and somebody else said,
I think it was the
that
cousin
said that they were having conversations before the conference. So she didn't meet him at the conference.
Right.
Unless they were on the phone and never met.
I think that's what
But
it
they
was.
were
They
talking.
met in person.
So this to me sounds like an internet hookup.
Because he told his daughter, he said to his daughter right after her mom died, don't worry, I'll never find anyone else. I'll never marry anyone else.
Welcome. Glad you're with us.
Did she have an agenda or did he make promises? I think both can be true at the same time. I think he made promises about wanting to give her a good life. And I think she also could have had this secret agenda about, well, I don't really want a whole life with you. I just want a baby.
Yeah. And then I'm not sure she really wanted a baby.
But she paid for his vasectomy.
In the sense of we want a baby.
Right.
But how good of a mother if she's sitting out there letting her daughter stand outside a courthouse, free my mom picket sign.
Oh my gosh.
With the grandma.
I know. Good night, Eddie.
All day
Good night.
standing outside.
Yeah.
At 5? How old is she? Like 5?
I'm not sure. I know when he passed, she was a toddler. So she's probably like 6 or 7.
Bye, Eddie. Blessings. Love you. Yeah. I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah, me too. And I also think it's just totally, it's creepy.
For those who are just hopping on, please subscribe because at the end of the month, we're giving away a tumbler from Starbucks. Not sponsored. And so go subscribe. And then when you do, make a comment, I sub, and you'll be in the drawing. Okay. Let's see what Ronnie says. They're still pretty. Oh, wow. Well, you're welcome here anytime. We're praying for you. I've prayed for you every day. Stay safe. And thank you for your service. So he had abs, Zach. He was little, 30-inch waist and had a small shirt. That's the size of my daughter's boyfriend.
The consensus on X is that she's a gold digger.
5'5", 5'6". What?
The consensus on X is that she's a gold digger.
I think she's a gold digger. Come here, Sensei. I think she's a gold digger too.
Yep.
She's younger than my boys. Yeah. I definitely agree. But I got to admit, he knew it.
Mm-hmm.
No man at his age is going to have a girl her age.
Yeah, and I think that was probably the thing, was she probably had this idea and she had her agenda and she was pushing it, and I think that's why he got so angry and he was pushing back and they were having those spats, and he was trying really hard not to get physical with her, but she would push him. He was like, she wouldn't stop talking. I was trying to get her to stop talking.
I know, right? I was like, what the heck?
Yeah.
So what do you think about the ones who were testifying?
Well, everybody seemed pretty credible to me. The police officers actually did their job. Hey, there were evidence logs in this trial. Anybody think that was strange?
Hell, that's frozen. We have chain of evidence.
Okay, I'm coming.
Okay.
I'm being summoned away.
No problem.
But
we
yes.
have chain of evidence.
We do. We have chain of evidence, proof of evidence collected at the scene and then documented until it came to court.
OMG.
Can
Like,
you imagine?
for real.
Yeah, I agree, Zach. It takes two to tango, so
It definitely does. And that's one thing that we can't hold him as a totally innocent because he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, you're leaving tomorrow. Yay.
Have a good trip,
all right,
honey.
Zach, look at Zach, but she was young. I'm sure there was lots of guys with abs. I don't know. She was nearly in her 20s.
Yeah, she was like 24.
And you know what? There are some people who have big age gaps. I know a couple, and they work through life all well, and that's good. But she immediately wanted a dance company that was what, $3 million and 40 dancers?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. No. I'm at this point, but he didn't deserve to die. She took advantage of his kindness in him. She wanted a baby. She paid for his reversal. She got her baby. He wasn't even there for his daughter's birth.
She wouldn't even let him come. She wouldn't even tell him.
She had it 2 weeks early.
Yeah, she
on
did.
purpose.
She went in and said, I've been poisoned and I need my baby to come now. Oh my gosh. But
I'm like, I want to know what she thinks was being used to poison her.
She thought it was heavy metals.
Well, Braxton says, based on what I've heard, he may have had prone to extreme mood swings. People who suffer from mood swings, you can get wildly frustrated. Someone who can get married. Yeah, that's true. He could have been bipolar. Bipolars, no offense, but when they're in that upswing, do a lot of irrational things.
Yeah.
And so, like spending $50,000 in one afternoon shopping. But it doesn't mean he deserved it.
No.
And I'm not saying that he did not, maybe he did love her. But
all right.
none of this means that he should have been, bye.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
That doesn't mean that he should have lost his life for that. I'm perplexed as to why my camera zoom is being so creepy. Oh, okay. Well, that's weird. Why is it moving? There we go. So, yeah, for me, yeah, I think she's guilty. Maybe she should drink tap water. I know, right? They're on a burn ban or what? I mean, burn ban, water boil, water ban. What was this? Let you know my husband seen Kevin full of water. He's out fishing as long as the air conditioning. I'll be fine. Yeah, exactly. I've never done night fishing. I would love to do that. I haven't fished in years. I used to love to fish. Love to fish. I just didn't have anyone to fish with. Just didn't have anyone to fish with. Haven't done it in a very long time. You guys have been awesome. I really appreciate all of you coming over from Broken Baker. I really appreciate that. And Zach, I appreciate you. We need to connect. You need to come by, call Guadalupe Leaf Company and say hello. I'd appreciate it. It'd be nice. I like to see the faces of the people I'm kind of online with. That's kind of cool. But please, y'all missed our interpreter. She was here for the afternoon. She had to work all morning and she was exhausted, but hopefully she'll be back tomorrow. Yes, take pictures. I don't know for sure, but I may be going to a resort in Mexico first week or so in December. I'm waiting to find out. It's a job. I hope I get it because it'll be cool. And I like the people I'll be working with. Take you with me. Take y'all with me. We'll do my lives from there. But once again, it has been a joy. Rondi's, I'm not a fishing gal. Okay, sponsor fishing trip next month. So are we going fishing? Is that what you're saying? I'd love to go fishing. I miss it. It's been 20 years. My ex-husband hated that kind of stuff. And I'm itching to get outside. I'm itching to get, why does this keep dropping? I'm not going to fix it now. But I also miss camping, hiking. I do geocaching. I haven't done that in a while. I'm just ready for the cooler weather. What? Just don't get kidnapped? Oh, that's so nice of y'all. You want to win a tumbler? These are nice, y'all. These are Starbucks. They're not sponsored. They're nice. They are nice. Y'all, thank you so much. If you subscribe today to the end of the month, we will be giving away a tumbler. Geocaching. I'm going to pull it up so it's easier for me to do that. Hi, come on in, love. We're live, but you can come in. I'm going to read you the definition of Oh, Mary, are you leaving? You can't stay? I'll be done in a little bit. We'll visit with you. Geocaching. What is geocaching? Oh, take the dog with you. She's about ready to bust my gut. Ow! Do y'all hear that tail hitting me? Oh my gosh. That little girl's tail is like killing me. Mary, shut the door. Get her out. Shut the door. Shut the door. Keep out. Anyway. So I'm going to share this screen with you guys. It's easier to do this than it is to just say about it. So see this phone with all these dots? This is geocaching. And what you do, see this little video right here? It's these little magnet nuts. You have film canisters. They're hid. Things are hid all over the country. There's a box in the wood with little trinkets that you could trade for. I found a $50 gift card to Texas Roadhouse. But they're containers that people in all different kinds set up all over the world. And you find a point on the map and you get within 30 feet of it, and then you got to find it. They are fun. Some of them are placed on a trail that is every 10th of a mile. So I like to find those because I'll park my car and then I'll walk a mile and do the trail, and then I'll turn around and go back to my car. It's great exercise. They are hidden in trees. They're hidden like in the sea, sometimes in the drainage. It is so fun and it is very entertaining. It's like adult treasure hunting. You're right, sneaky side. I'm very careful when I use adult treasure hunting because somebody took it the wrong way. Kids can do this. It's really good. It teaches them how to find things using geographical maps and using coordinates. It's great to do with the family. Fun, safe activity that you can do with your kids and grandkids. But I have over 700 finds right now, trying to get to my 1,000. Yeah, Zach, what did you think about it? Did you like it? Yeah, but sometimes I have about 10 $2 bills. And then you have trackables, which are little things that people have a number on. And I pick it up from one geocache find and then I drop it at another one. So when I travel, like when I go from here to Florida, I took 30 of them and they go all over the world. It's cool. Yeah. And it was gone. It had to be replaced and I haven't been back. You going to go with me? Hey, did you find the one on I-10? Do you know how you have the highways and then you have the hill that comes up where they cut through a hill? There's one on top of one of those hills. I climbed that thing. I sat down and watched traffic go by. It was a climb. Yeah. It is more fun with friends. It is. It is. It's a great thing. It's free. Well, you buy the little trick. I actually have geocache kits that I make for people, and I've all these little micro toys and things, and you can leave those. They're called trinkets. Leave trinkets for little kids. I love going to the ones at campsites, and I love going to the ones at near Boy Scout camps, Lions clubs, places like that, because they're the ones usually putting it out. So I like to entertain them. It's awesome. It's awesome. So, yes. Did you do that? Wait, did you go to the top or did you go to the one that was in a drainage pipe between the two directions of the highway in dead center? You had to go in the drain pipe unless you knew how to find it from the top. Yeah, I have some that I've hidden. I've got a couple. Hey, Zach, what you doing for dinner? No, I'm not hitting on you. I just think it'd fun to meet. But anyway, I'm probably old enough to be your mother, who knows? But it's a fun thing to do with people. They have clubs. I think our club around here, Zach, did we have a club here? I thought at one point, and I think it kind of collapsed. So yeah, I've gone into some crazy places looking for some of this stuff. Garner State Park in Texas has this steep climb like this. I didn't do that one. I was by myself, and I didn't want to have a problem hiking up that and be alone and maybe get in a position of getting stuck. But there were 3 of them up there. That's the only one in Garner State Park I didn't get. So yes, it is. It is, and we appreciate you. So connect with me, Zach. Sounds great. That would be awesome. You can see the get up. And I'm getting ready to get a new toy. A new toy. It'll be the end of August, early of September. I hate waiting that long, but I have no choice. It's that switcher board that RA has. I'm getting that. How many finds do you have, Zach? How many finds? That I'd like to know. Yeah, I think I have close to 700, if not just over. My problem is I can't, there's some new ones that have been out here, but I have to travel to do most of mine now. So I like to travel about an hour away or whatever on a Saturday and pick out a territory, make sure I have plenty of food, plenty of water, everything I need, because I'm out in the middle of nowhere. But it's really awesome. It's really awesome. Oh, I've got pics of Garner one and my son repelling. I repelled once at Enchanted Rock back in when I was 13, 14. You can't do that anymore. Not very many, couple dozen. That's still a lot. Kerrville has a ton around here. Just along the walking path, there's a ton of them. So we got a lot just here to go find. So anyway, you guys have been amazing. I've been on since 7:30 this morning. I'm going to let you guys go. But y'all have a fabulous day. Y'all, please hop on tomorrow. Zach, Sneaky, Side, Toli, all of you, Miss Kevin, everybody, thank you so much for joining me today. You guys have an awesome afternoon, and we will see you first thing in the morning. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.